fix your heart all up with one dose of my loving, baby, please. It's a guarantee you'll find happiness, yeah. Yeah, you'll find happiness. Yeah, you'll find happiness. Yeah, you'll find happiness. It's time and it's perfect with you. I love the time. It seems my time is not perfect, but I deserve one try. So take your time, don't complicate your mind. Nice and slow, it's all in you, I know. Whoa, whoa, you broke your heart, I got what you need. One look, I'll fix your heart all up with one dose of my loving, baby, please. It's a guarantee you'll find happiness. You broke your heart, girl, I got what you need. One look, I'll fix your heart all up with one dose of my loving, baby, please. It's a guarantee you'll find happiness, yeah. You'll find happiness. You'll find happiness, yeah. Happiness.
Antes de niga Radzaudzan malak estrezas durante todo memu a no distancia como gupugi palu Zaniman malak guafi ikonum nasugi airi prebatu la noci nai banderata gaigi pues Atan Fanny Bandera Ko esta pagua pumalapa Giluk tanu man libri Tentami ti man ko badi
A big body is like Won't you come stay with me for a while? Let my morning song be your smile. If you touch me, you know I'll be touching you. That's the wish, you know you can make it come true. You got to listen to the voices singing inside. They are wishes we sometimes hide. Listen to the voices singing inside to you. Yeah.
Yeah, Business. Whoa! Friday. Miss tomorrows are the best. Never mind the rest.
Are we not supposed to make noise during Lent?
It's not Holy Week, bro. Good morning, Jason.
I always thought it was every Friday in Lent. We're not supposed to make noise. Not that I'm disagreeing with your.
Well, you know, one thing about this show, Jay, is we make noise even when we're talking regular.
Okay, now if public health drove by and they were like, technically you're cheering.
They'd be like, ticket, give him a ticket. He's cheering the Chamorro people. Give him a ticket.
And then Chris would be like, that's okay. Sabrina and Jason Joser will have my back. And we're like, nope, you're on your own there.
Please arrest me for being the Chamorro people.
Don't tempt anybody.
Please, come on. Good morning. Bree, would it be crazy if someone like crashed their Jeep through our studio?
No, it wouldn't be
That would
crazy.
be nuts. That's a real fear I have now. Thank you, Red Jeep people. I had a nightmare about that last night. Then there's like a big cover up because they don't want anyone to get in trouble. And we need to install a barricade. You know those ones they used to block off the beaches when they wanted us to stay home and not go swimming? We need to get some of those dividers and put them right in front of KUM.
What, did we ever have those on island before? Because I remember when Bree and I, when we covered the events of 9/11, the terrorist attacks, right?
Right.
I think it was within 2 or 3 days. They started putting those barricades up, like at down at Big Navy and up in Anderson.
Yeah.
And I think that was the first time they actually saw those as traffic deterrents.
Yeah. So good morning.
Big
what's up, Bree?
slabs of
Hey,
concrete.
what's up?
Friday.
I know.
Yeah, Bree's just ready to go. She's like, yeah, what's up? Cut the chatter. Let's go. Let's do this. Come on, guys.
Oh, we got a shout out already from Norris Tiru saying hello from IL, so Illinois,
Wow. That's Chicago, right?
Chicago, among other things.
We're at in Illinois.
Evanston.
It just said Illinois.
I've never been to Illinois. Have you?
I've driven through Illinois. Oh, yeah, I've driven through Illinois.
Evanston, Tinley Park.
Oh, yeah, duh. Tinley Park. Hello. Jason's stateside shaming us.
Okay, well,
You been there, Jay? So you just like Googled and...
I've been through Chicago O'Hare Airport.
Okay.
Busiest
You gotta
airport.
You got to check Jay because he'll be like, oh, yeah, I lived in Seattle. And it's like, oh, you drove through there.
I stayed there for 2 weeks and paid taxes on vacation.
Chris Agagi comments here.
Hey, Chris.
Whoa, I couldn't keep up with you, Chris. I decided to try it out and almost passed out. You know what? You got to say it with your
Record it
chest.
next time.
You got to say it with
Send
your
it in.
chest. Yeah, send it to us.
Yeah, you know what? We should actually tell the Link fam to do that. Send us your best good morning Guam.
Yeah.
I mean, don't try and beat the master over here because he has the record. What was it? 38 seconds.
That was something crazy.
Yeah.
Yeah. You know, there's a lot of hot air in here, guys. That once I decide to expel this hot air, Kalan Typhoon.
Well, you have been called a blowhard on more than one occasion.
Guys, it's Friday, 5th day of March. Welcome
It's
to the.
Friday. We're gonna get some fish for lunch because we cannot get chicken because Father Paul confirmed that it is meat.
Thank you.
Right on, Jay. Actually, we're getting our friends from Papa John's. Guys, I hooked us up with some chow today.
Really?
Yeah, Papa John's is going to drop off at 9:30.
Mm-hmm.
They're Papadias.
Papadias, what is that?
Yeah, it's basically, it's Papa John times quesadilla. Papadilla.
Oh.
Mm?
Quesadilla pizza.
No, I've
It's
heard
like
about that. Yes,
yeah,
I
it's
saw
like
the
a
commercial.
pizza. And
It looks super
they
good.
fold it in half. It actually, I tried it out with my boy Channing. Channing approved.
Mm-hmm.
So we're going to get some this morning just for you guys, because that's the kind of guy I am. I was like, you know what? Guys, we're going to eat today on Papa John's.
All right.
Okay, so that's happening at 9:30. It's 6:18. This is the link, which is brought to you by East West Rental. Thank you so much for East West Rental. Your logo is looking sharp on that Facebook Live, right, Jay?
Woo.
How sharp is that looking? You might cut yourself watching it.
It pops.
Oh, it pops, yeah. It snaps. It slaps. Sorry.
It clicks like that thing that I thought was a cockroach, but now we know it's a cricket.
It clicks. It
I still
slaps.
can't believe that's not a cockroach.
It's not. Yeah, it's a popper bug.
Have you? Okay, Sabrina was not. Bree, have you ever had those in your house?
No.
The little crickets. The crickets that they like.
You know what he's talking about, Bree?
No, I didn't listen to that part.
They're little like hard ass bugs. They're like got armor and they're just like, Then when you flip them over, they're like, ah, and then they pop back
Yeah.
and they flip over.
But I mean, it sounds like someone's using
Yeah.
like a clicker, like one of those things, like when you pass through like the turnstiles and everything. But it's like, patak, and they get like 2 or 3 feet off the ground.
How?
That's great.
Yeah.
Never heard of it.
I
Yeah,
don't know.
yeah.
He just brought it up randomly one morning when you were coming in at 8, and I had to do. I was like, oh, okay.
I mean, we tried to get a zoology segment started on the link, but
Yeah.
apparently crashed and burned.
Entomology.
And all nice.
Hey, we got a birthday shout out here.
Nice.
Who'd like to try saying this name?
Apparently not you.
Well, good morning. Possible you all can do a birthday shout out to my daughter. Happy 17th birthday to Micaiah.
Yeah, that looks like Micaiah.
Conception.
Unless
Micaiah
it's
Conception.
Micaiah. That doesn't sound right, though. Yeah.
Happy
Eight-
birthday,
Well,
Micaiah.
Micaiah,
Nonetheless,
girl.
Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday, dear Micaiah.
Conception and everyone else's birthday is being celebrated today. Happy birthday to you. May the dear Lord bless you. May the dear Lord bless you.
May the dear Lord bless Micaiah.
Conception and everyone else is having their birthday today too. Happy birthday to you.
And we're taking it back to the 80s. Tick, 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 fresh.
Roberto Fracassini comments in.
We have to go old school.
We gotta get that
We have a
sponsored.
professional DJ in the
Yes,
house.
we
Yeah.
do.
I feel like that's a really cool. We sound good together. Jason and I are kind of singing the same part, but here Bree was going off on there. She's like, "Happy birthday."
I know.
Doo-doo-doo-doo-doo.
I know. It's like,
Bob, Bob.
it's like Chris and I are just the rhythm section, and we got Beyonce over here,
Right.
doing a solo.
Good morning again, guys. Facebook Live.
Beyonce. Okay, let's
Oh,
get
wow.
it.
Bria-
Beyonce.
Oh, wow. Oh, sorry. Victorina, Sacramento, Hoffaday, KUAM, family, Roberto Fracassini, Buongiorno, Chris Agagi, of course, Port Strong, good morning, my friend. Janet, Ron, Noreen, Fegiger, good morning, happy Friday. Debbie Davis, Mama Bear, good morning. Tomas Manglotny II, good morning, KUAM family.
Hey, Tomas.
Anson Charfers.
Tomas, one day closer to graduating from Stanford University, the Cardinal, Palo Alto. He's one of those people. Okay, because I'm really into sports. Tomas did his undergraduate work at Cal, right up in Berkeley, and then he's doing his graduate work at Stanford. That's like basically saying you've basically incorporated your arch rival.
Mm-hmm.
Like what that would be like you, Bree, that you went to Oklahoma and then you transferred to Texas. That would be like you, Chris. You went to GW and then you transferred to JFK.
Okay.
Right on,
No.
thanks for
It's
that,
cool
Jay.
that he's doing that.
Yeah, thanks. Appreciate that. Peter J. Santos, Biba Mess tomorrow.
I'm
what
like
else?
0 for 3 this morning.
Ken Paulino, good morning. Be safe. Jess Paris, good morning. Guam with the first comment of the day.
You wanna just do
6:23.
news?
Yeah, let's do news, girls. I apologize again for my friend Jay. He ran out of his meds last night. JK, he's all right. You're all right, Jay. Jay, you're all right, dude.
Thank
We
you.
love you, Jay.
We love working with you. I love working with you, my
I do
friend.
too.
I consider it a great honor. Everywhere I go, people are always like, "You work with Jason Solis," and I'm like, "Yes, I do."
And then the next words out of their mouth are our condolences.
6:23. This is the link. Good morning to our viewers on KUAM TV land. Also, our Facebook live feed. We're on the radio here, The Breeze, KUAM FM, Agania Guam 93.9. And also Docomo Audio Channel 10. There's an audio stream. Here's what's coming up on the show this morning. Oh, I forgot to put in Dr. Hoa when.
Oh, okay.
9:30. Yeah, there was a physicians advisory group meeting last night. So we'll get Dr. Hoa. We're getting Dr. Felix Cabrera, the public health chief medical officer. Then we're getting the Republican Party chair. He enjoys meeting on rooftops. Juan Carlos Benitez. We wanted to bring him on because he's like this D.C. dude. He's over in D.C. now. And so we want to talk about this investigation into the congressman. And also the Republican Party had come out with a release about this bill. Is it 11?
I believe so.
Yeah, it's Bill 11. This is the one that would allow the legislature to end or extend the public health emergencies.
You know what's also awesome about Juan Carlos? Remember when we had the runoff election and he was joining us throughout that night?
Yeah.
He joined us when he was in D.C. and then joined us with his thoughts, his perspectives, his criticisms and everything about the runoff election while he was on the train going from Washington, D.C.
Oh, yeah.
to New York. That's a 5-hour trip
Yeah,
on a train.
he was on the train.
Yeah, and that was super cool.
Tim Uggan, who, spoiler, his first name is actually Pierre.
Is it?
It is,
Oh,
yeah.
really?
Yeah.
I never knew that.
We figured it out.
We figured it out because I had this document. It was like, whoa, what was this? And it was like Pierre Tim Uggan. I was like, see, they're hiring all kinds of new people, Bree. You know me, always complaining. I was like, look at this. They hired this guy in Veterans Affairs, Pierre Timothy Uggan. Like, who is this guy? Do you know Pierre? But I just want to say if my first name was Pierre, I would go with my middle name too. But he's
Really?
I don't know, Pierre though.
That's
you're
awesome.
right. You're right. It's kind of like
It's a very
it
distinct.
just doesn't match Uggan. That's what I'm saying. It's like Pierre.
How-
Oui, Uggan. Oh,
Oui.
Uggan.
Okay, no, you know what?
Voulez-vous?
Pierre Uggan is actually the second Chamorro I've
Pierre
ever
Rendezvous.
known on Guam with the name Pierre. He would be the second one.
Oh wait, who's the other one again?
It was a kid he went to GW when I was there. I forgot his last name, but
Yeah, it was I remember there was a Pierre.
You know what I'm talking about, right?
Yeah, yeah.
I think he played soccer.
But yeah, he's coming on. He's from Veterans Affairs, and now that we're in the P-Corps 3, we're kind of going round robin and checking up on these different agencies. Now that they're kind of supposed to be up and running. Also, we'll get Mark Scott of the Guam Guard as they're getting ready to unveil or continue. Actually, sorry, the vaccination clinics next week at the University of Guam, Calvo Fieldhouse. Peggy Denny, I Recycle. Coming up to talk about the state of recycling, Senator Joanne Brown, as this gambling investigation, remember it started at the airport, and it was kind of funny at the time. We had JQ, the director of the airport, and Sabrina was trying to ask him about this investigation into the airport police. And this is this online gambling app. It's called Poker Bros. And how I would describe it is it's kind of like Amway for gambling online. It's like if you start...
Please explain.
Okay, so like Amway...
Multi-level marketing.
Right, you got to get in early, or Nerium or whatever. You got to be like the first one. And then you just make like bank because you brainwash other people to like sell this crap for me. And then they get like 2 cents. But you're taking all the money. So that's how the Poker Bros is. If you're one of like the main guys to start your little like click, I think it goes by like clicks, then you get a lot of the winnings, or you win bigger, and then people under you win less. So that's why you had like people who would join. Right, it's like a pyramid, right?
Mm-hmm.
You're the apex at the top, winning all the money, but you're not paying taxes on it, and that's why the FBI is looking at you. And so people want to like recruit people under them. And so when you read these documents from Jericho Santos, who was the Guam, the airport firefighter who was terminated. It says like he was like, oh, there's this guy in GPD that was doing it. There's just a bunch of different people, law enforcement, private sector. But this thing has really snowballed. And it went from JQ saying, oh, I can't really talk about it, it's under investigation, to then we found out, oh, there's at least one Guam Police Department officer involved, but we hear it's more. We're also hearing other agencies. Well, yesterday it came out that the federal authorities are investigating, and they're also looking at some port police officers. And then we heard last night there was an anonymous letter that was given to Senator Joanne Brown.
Yeah, so an anonymous letter, and I have it in the newscast, actually.
Oh, okay.
So an anonymous letter was written to Senator Joanne Brown. Senator Joanne Brown obviously she's in the minority, so she doesn't have oversight authority. So she sent that over to the oversight chair of utilities, Senator Clint Ridgell.
Right. And so it turns out there's some Guam Power Authority employees who are also involved in this gambling. Allegedly, thank you. But actually, I want to say I got some friends over at GPA, and I was talking to them last night, and they're like, oh, yeah, the people play that. And they're like, yeah, especially during the pandemic, a lot of people were doing it. So it is what it is. And where they're getting in trouble, guys, is they're doing it. Some of them are allegedly, totally doing it during working hours. And also, there are people who are winning big money. Like I heard, Bree, that some people are winning like a couple $100,000. And they're not paying the federal. They're not paying the tax. And that's why the FBI is investigating this stuff. Anyway, we'll get into it. There's a whole bunch of other stuff we want to talk about, like, do we got a tip about the driver's license appointment? We'll talk about that coming up.
You got the tip, didn't you?
Yeah.
Okay.
Oh, sorry. Yeah.
This is why we've missed Bree so very much
I
on the show.
know.
Bree's ringtone should be like, tell it like it is. I will call you on your BS.
Nice. That was good, Jay.
Yeah, thank you.
It's 6:30, so again, Bree giving the heavy hint, so we should just shut up and do the news now, because spoiling the whole show. So we'll get into the news now. Of course, with the very latest from the KUAM News team. Sabrina Salas-Mazzanotti. Good morning, Sabrina.
Hafaday. Here's what's making news. Senator Clint Ridgell, who has oversight of island utilities, has sent a letter to GPA General Manager John Beneventi requesting that he look into allegations that managers of the agency are arranging, quote, some kind of gambling group during working hours. The allegations were made in an anonymous letter that was sent to Senator Joanne Brown and forwarded to Senator Clint Ridgell. According to that anonymous letter, the writer alleges that the investigation should start in GPA's HR department. Quote, this is very disgusting because these are HR staff that have access to employee records and contact information. The anonymous writer added, quote, this gambling group is going on also at other sections in GPA like customer service and procurement division. This behavior has to stop in our government, and these employees need to make their priority to work for the people and earn their high pay and not working to organize gambling. Senator Ridgell, in his letter to Beneventi, wrote that he hopes the allegations are false, but added, should any of the allegations prove to be true, please note that gambling during working hours is not to be tolerated, and those doing so should be held liable for their actions. Senator Ridgell sent a copy of his letter to the Attorney General's office. And with more headlines about gambling, here's Tyler Mazzanani.
Hafaday, good morning, everyone. I'm Tyler Mazzanani with your headlines here on The Link. Other law enforcement officers implicated in a gambling investigation conducted by the Federal Bureau of Investigations. Sabrina Salas-Mazzanani has the latest.
Late Thursday afternoon, Port Authority General Manager Rory Respicio laying the cards on the table, issuing a press release confirming several of his port police officers, quote, are allegedly involved in an illegal gambling matter that currently is the subject of an FBI investigation. We are conducting our own administrative review, and because this involves a personnel matter, we are unable to comment further at this time. The announcement from the Port Authority follows confirmation from the Airport Authority in February that there is an ongoing investigation into official misconduct of airport employees. That investigation involves allegations of online and on-duty gambling. GIAA Airport Executive Manager John Kanata confirmed one was fired. Through documents obtained from the Civil Service Commission, that individual is Airport Police Officer Jericho Santos, who is appealing his termination. According to CSC documents, he admitted that he was involved with online gambling on the job and recruited almost 250 other people, to include other airport officers, Guam firefighters, National Guard members, Superior Court marshals, and Guam police officers. Santos admitted he and his group made an estimated $120,000 or more in cash collectively, and that he would receive $5,000 to $7,000. The CSC documents also indicated that Santos was introduced to the Poker Bros app by Guam police officer Jesse San Nicolas. Chief of Police Stephen Ignacio would not confirm San Nicolas was in fact under investigation, but did confirm he was informed of an ongoing investigation, which prompted him to conduct an administrative investigation involving a single police officer.
What I can confirm is that my investigation, my opening of an investigation was not directly related to the airport case. That I can confirm.
Not directly.
I received information from a variety of different methods and means, and so I can confirm that my investigation that I opened was not in any way, shape, or form to what played out in the airport case.
Can you confirm whether or not then it is related, though, to online gambling?
The investigation
that you opened.
No, not at this point. Yeah, I'm like I said, I'm still waiting for things to play out. Unfortunately, I've been waiting for things to play out with the criminal investigation.
The tip about online and on-duty gambling at the airport was first made to Senator Joanne Brown, who then forwarded the information to Airport Oversight Chair Senator Amanda Shelton. The lawmaker told KUAM that because this is an ongoing matter, the committee, along with the rest of the public, will continue to let the designated authorities do their work unimpeded.
Help is on the way for families who have been struggling to pay rent and utilities as a result of the COVID-19 pandemic. Tenants who qualify will receive funding to pay arrears for rent and utilities for up to 15 months.
Since launching on Wednesday, almost 100 tenants have already submitted pre-applications for the Emergency Rental Assistance, or ERA initiative, administered by the Department of Administration and the Guam Housing Corporation. And according to DOA Deputy Director Bernie Guinness, renters must meet 3 specific criteria.
So the first one is it qualifies for unemployment benefits, or the individual has to qualify for unemployment benefits or experience a reduction in household income related or indirectly related to COVID-19. Secondly, the tenant must demonstrate a risk of experiencing homelessness or housing instability. And then lastly, there is a household income that they have to meet.
The household income must be at or below 80% of the area median income. A breakdown of the household size and income is available on DOA's website at doa.guam.gov. Pre-applications are being accepted until the 19th of this month, with the pre-applications available at village mayor's offices and can be downloaded again on the agency's website.
This is a tenant pre-application, so any kind of supporting documents will not be necessary. They just need to ensure that they complete the application as best as they can. And then what happens is that once it's submitted to us, give or take a good week or so, week and a half or so, we'll have our intake workers take a look at it, review it, and then verify whether or not they pre-qualify. And once they do so, then they'll be giving them a call to subsequently submit all of their supporting documents.
DOA is hoping to have first checks cut by the first week of April. Now you want to keep in mind the checks will be made directly to renters' landlords as well as to utility agencies. Additionally, the grant will not cover rent arrears, utilities, or utility arrest prior to March 13th of 2020. In total, GovGuam was awarded over $30 million to help tenants and landlords. Guam Housing Corporation's Audrey Tapasnia.
We are working on the landlord application. We hope to release that, their application and the process for landlords to apply, hopefully maybe in the next week or two. Yeah.
DOA is working to make it easier for renters directly online. For now, you have to download the application at doa.gov.gu and then drop it off to their office in the ITC building or email it in to era@goa.guam.gov. And in response to concerns raised by retired GovGuam employee Joseph Cameron, Administration Director Edward Burns says Aetna Insurance will reopen its local office for face-to-face customer interaction on Monday, March 8th. Cameron had complained that GovGuam health insurance provider Aetna has placed a burden on employees and especially retirees who are often required to get up late at night or early in the morning to communicate with Aetna's offices in the mainland. Cameron appealed to Byrne for help as DOA administers the health insurance contract. In a letter to Cameron, Byrne advised that Aetna's local office will operate on an appointment-only basis in keeping with other business and government departments. Byrne said he was advised that the local office was available by phone, but when it's closed, calls are transferred to Aetna's 24-hour call center. That's the news for now. We'll see y'all at 6 to 9 on primetime.
Thanks, Ms. Tyler. Certain cans of ox and palm corned beef are being recalled. Public Health is looking into whether the affected products are on island. Milky Way International Trading Corp. Doing business as MW Polar is recalling nearly 300 pounds of the ready-to-eat product because it did not undergo a USDA Food Safety Inspection Services import reinspection. The different varieties of corned beef were imported with dates between June 6, 2020 to January 21st of this year. The cans are labeled with various best before dates, and the product cases were labeled with various shipping marks. The product also bears Australia inspected number 39 on the label and were shipped to retail locations nationwide. There have been no reports of adverse reactions due to consumption of the oxen palm corned beef. To review the products under recall, go to our website. The Navy announces the reassignments of some 25 flag officers or rear admirals. The transfers announced by the acting Secretary of the Navy and the Chief of Naval Operations included Commander Joint Region Marianas Rear Admiral John Manoni. According to the Navy release, Manoni will be assigned as Commander Expeditionary Strike Group 2, Virginia Beach, Virginia. Manoni is currently serving as the U.S. Indo-Pacific Command Representative for Guam, the CNMI, the FSM, and Palau. Joint Region Marianas spokesperson Lieutenant Commander Rick Moore declined comment on the specific timeline for Manoni's change of command or permanent change of station orders. Manoni has been commander of Joint Region Marianas since July of 2019. Security is on high alert at the U.S. Capitol after law enforcement agencies warned of potential violence today. The threat centers around the conspiracy theory that March 4th is the actual day American presidents should be inaugurated, and that today is the day former President Donald Trump will be restored to power. Natalie Brand has more.
The razor wire fencing is back up at the U.S. Capitol, and an increased presence of police and National Guard soldiers stand ready to respond to any new threats.
We do have some concerning intelligence. That intelligence is law enforcement sensitive. We are prepared to respond appropriately.
U.S. Capitol Police say it's received intelligence about a, quote, possible plot to breach the Capitol by an identified militia group. And the FBI and Department of Homeland Security issued a new bulletin warning that violent extremists discuss plans to take control of the U.S. Capitol and remove Democratic lawmakers on or around today.
Given what happened on January 6th, there's no not taking the threat seriously.
The House canceled its Thursday session as a precaution.
It has not impeded us because we only had a small agenda for this morning.
Law enforcement officials are asking state and local authorities to report any suspicious activity related to domestic violent extremism as the threat to the Capitol and lawmakers extends beyond just today.
We issued a bulletin last night, co-authored with the FBI, about extremists discussing March 4th and March 6th.
The intelligence bulletin warns that potential violence is most likely to be committed by lone offenders or small cells using simple tactics and easy to acquire weapons.
So the threats are ongoing?
Yes.
Okay.
Capitol Police say the number of threats to lawmakers so far this year is up more than 93% compared to the same time last year. Natalie Brandt, CBS News, Capitol Hill.
As for the latest numbers from the Joint Information Center, out of 454 tests performed Wednesday, 2 returned positive for COVID. Both cases reported recent travel and were identified in quarantine. Also, a total of 5 people are hospitalized, 1 in ICU and on a ventilator. To date, there have been a total of 7,747 officially reported cases of COVID-19. Since March of last year, there have been 131 deaths, 26 cases in active isolation, and more than 7,500 recoveries. Guam's CAR score is 0.1. Meanwhile, Public Health is offering free COVID-19 testing today at the Estumbo Gym. There will be up to 200 COVID-19 tests available on a first-come, first-served basis. For the safety of the community and the nurses, again, only 4 people are allowed per vehicle. You don't need symptoms to get tested, and please bring a picture ID. And just a reminder that in anticipation of vaccine shipment arriving, mass vaccination clinics are scheduled to resume Monday through Saturday of next week at the UOG Calville Fieldhouse. Clinics will be from 10 a.m. to 5:30 p.m. and will only accept those due for their second dose of the Pfizer or Moderna vaccines. Eligible residents are advised to schedule an appointment online. If scheduling an appointment is not possible, walk-ins will be accepted at a limited rate of $15 per hour. Walk-ins wishing to avoid longer wait times are discouraged from looking or lining up prior to the 10 a.m. opening and are asked to expect reasonable possible delays. No first doses of either vaccine will be administered. Clinics administering first doses are scheduled to start on Tuesday, March 16th. And finally, Saging Katuran Chamorro is scheduled to reopen tomorrow. Here is more from Peter Santos.
Biba Mest Somoru. This month is dedicated to celebrating our island's history and culture, and one place that does exactly that is Saging Katuran Somoru, which reopens this Saturday. Interim Director Amber Beneventi.
To have the space finally open, it's a good feeling. The members are excited, the artists are excited, the traditional practitioners, they're all excited to be up there and share. We have 2 workshops going on. We have the Slingers with Roman de la Cruz. They're going to be up there. We will also be having Guma Gala with Rokin. They will be doing a weaving series throughout the month.
With SKC being closed like most places during the pandemic, local artist Mark De La Sola says he's got a few pieces he's been waiting for people to see.
Well, this new series I'm working on is called Pacific DNA. So I have a number of 5 big pieces that I've completed over the pandemic. And, it'll be so nice to have the public look at it and get some input. It's going to be nice to have the public and interact with the public, and I'm sure the public will be happy to come up here and interact with the artists and the craftspersons. We're so happy that we're finally going to be open and people can come and enjoy culture and some sense of normality.
Saging Katuran Chamorro's new hours of operation will be Tuesdays, Fridays, and Saturdays from 11 a.m. to 5 p.m. for the gift shop, the art house, as well as the museum. For more information, call 788-8404. For Guam's News Network, I'm Peter Santos.
And that is your news. Stay tuned for more on the link after the break.
UnoGo has arrived and is here to deliver you food from your favorite restaurant in a safe, reliable, and fast way. Choose from a variety of restaurants island-wide and track your orders in real time, with quick deliveries whenever your cravings kick in. Plus, sanitized vehicles, reliable drivers, and safety seals for your peace of mind. Make the dash to UnoGo. Visit uno-go.com or download the app at the App Store or Google Play. UnoGo, delivering Guam on demand.
Only one company on Guam provides every solar energy solution under one roof, Micronesia Renewable Energy. You want solar only? They got that. You want solar with batteries? They got that too. You want outright purchase or lease purchase? It's up to you. Does your solar system need a tune-up? That's what they do. For solar energy solutions from A to Z, you can count on MRE. Give them a call at 632-2613 for a free consultation. MRE, providing real solar solutions built by real solar experts.
GU Self-Storage, conveniently located near the Harmon McDonald's. We offer affordable rates, online payments, and auto bill pay for your convenience. Plus gate access daily from 6 a.m. to 9 p.m. Call us today at 648-7867 for more information. The relationship between Guam and Manila, Philippines is undeniable as we share similar cultural traditions, history, and heritage, with generations of Filipinos calling Guam home. KUAM presents a monthly look at the capital city featuring in-depth and engaging interviews on everything from medical tourism to new business and government leaders. Veteran newscaster Nestor Lecanto delivers Beyond Our Borders. This special program is brought to you by the Bank of Guam and KFC.
Half a day. Does your child have a hearing loss? We are parents of deaf and hard of hearing children and volunteers with Guam's Positive Parents Together, and we are here for you. We know how you feel and have walked in your shoes. We want to help you navigate your way through our educational and medical systems, and most especially, your emotional journey. Please visit us at www.guamparents.org for more information.
Join KUAM and Punta Dos Montes for the Mes Chamorro Masterclass Series, an informative digital series for demonstrations throughout Mes Chamorro. Catch the Mes Chamorro Masterclass Series weekly on the KUAM News Facebook page, the KUAM YouTube channel, and every Saturday in March following the KUAM News Weekend Edition at 6:30 p.m. on TV8 and 7:30 on TV11. We'll highlight Guam's talented crafters and artisans teaching artisanal skills of our Chamorro heritage. Viva Mes Chamorro! From Punta Dos Montes and KUAM Communications. See KUAM.com for the complete Mes Chamorro Masterclass series schedule.
You're watching The Link with Chris and Sabrina on TV 11, but don't leave yet because we're coming up next on CBS This Morning.
We got your 6.
At 6 a.m. with The Link on Breeze 93.9 FM. Bree and I connect you with all the latest news and information you need to know to start your day.
Then check back with Guam's news leader at 6 p.m. for the day's top headlines with KUAM News Primetime.
From 6 a.m. to 6 p.m. and everything else in between with KUAM Digital, we got your 6. Viva Mes Chamorro at 6:49, the 5th day of March. It's Friday. We're proudly brought to you by East West Rental, Cabo Enterprises, IT&E, Carrier for all my Aircon babies, and also Burger King. They're back to their regular hours of operations. It's P-Core BK. Okay, you can get it's Friday, guys, Fishy Friday, so you can, of course, get the BK Big Fish, the Impossible Whopper at all Burger King locations. 651. Hey, it's time to spill the tea, guys. The hibiscus tea. Oh, see, that's how we are. We be sipping hibiscus tea. No, so they're doing this great thing over at Punta. You got to sip it like this, Joester said. If it's hibiscus, pinky up, right, sir? There you go. So Punta Dos Montes, Two Lovers Point over there, and the Terraza, they're doing this Mes Chamorro Masterclass. So we wanted to share this segment of it with you, featuring Bernice Nelson, and she is going to make hibiscus tea. Pay attention, because hibiscus, like literally, totally grows on trees, right here. So your chance to learn how to make hibiscus tea. Because if you go to the store and hibiscus tea, Lana, it's like $12 just to look at it. Huh? Hold on, let me.
Do you like hibiscus tea?
I don't know if I might have had it once by accident.
Mm-hmm.
But do you like hibiscus tea?
I'm not sure if I've tried it. I'm like you.
Yeah, I don't know. I'll try it, though. I'll try anything. Just bring it on over. We could do a live unboxing with our pinky up, like Joser said. So, yes, you guys ready to get this tea with Bernice Nelson? It's the Mes Chamorro Masterclass presented by Punta Dos Montes. Mes Chamorro Masterclass Series is brought to you by Punta Dos Montes.
Hi, I'm Bernice Nelson, or they call me Sina Bernice. I own the Almwood Farm, and I'll be making hibiscus tea, which you have it on the gardens, the flower, and it's very good for you. It's got vitamins A and C, and it's got potassium and sodium, and like I said, it's even dietary if you want to lose weight. And then, but you cannot drink too much, like 1 cup a day is good enough. I have flour here that I take out. I remove the stem, and I just get the petal. And this too, you could add it to your salad, or you just cut it up as edible, and it's very good to make tea. So what you do is you take all the petals out and just get boiling water, and just slowly pour the hot water over it. It usually like 15 flour to 4 cups of water. So it's gonna look like purple, but once you put the lemon, it turns red. Just gonna mix it all to make sure that all the flowers, the red's been removed from the flower. And see how it looks. It looks just like ink. Okay. So now I'm just gonna remove the flower. And this is hot right now, so and you could use lemon or calamansi, whatever lime that you have or lemon at your house. I got this morning, the calamansi. And once you put the lemon in and see how pretty it turns. So it's ready to drink. Okay? So after you finish, put the lemon in it. You taste it to your taste, whether you want it more lemon or not. And then you put some sugar. So I usually put honey with mine, so that way, because I'm not a sugar person, but put sugar just enough to make it to your taste. Because this is very hot, so I have one I prepared already, and with lemon and sugar.
Day, sign of Bernice there with a very simple. I'm surprised how simple that was.
Right. Made me malago.
Yeah, right? Especially because it was iced.
Pretty soon we're not going to have any more hibiscus flowers.
Right, in Epan, I'm going to open a hibiscus tea stand. You guys catch me by the side of the road.
It looks so refreshing.
It does.
So easy.
It looked really easy. And then she put it on ice, which I was like, okay, cool. Because it's been really hot lately, and I'm not sure, like, you guys are going to get heat stroke drinking hot tea in the hot sun on a hot island like Guam. So she iced it up. She put sugar, thank God. Thank God. I was watching. I was like, please put sugar, please. Or, you want to be extra woke? Put honey.
There you go. We
All
got
right.
some local honey farms.
We do. I wanted to shout out our friend Stacy from the district court. As we had the chief judge on yesterday, Judge Francis Tynico Gatewood, along with her judicial assistant Haley, and we are doing this challenge. You guys, the federal court called us out.
Yes, she did.
And so we're going to pick up our sprouts today, the plum tomato challenge. We've got, I think, 3 months to do this plum tomato, and there's a whole contest going on. But Stacy was just texting me here. OMG, many people were calling about the contest, calling and visiting the mayor's office and Department of Ag 2 all day yesterday. Your show rocks. Thank you again.
Yeah, so the day to pick up the seedlings, and again, this is for the elementary, middle, and high school students. You pick them up tomorrow. That's Saturday from 9 a.m. to 12 noon at the Agana Heights Mayor's Office. So that's when you pick them up, and like Chris said, it's a 3-month-long competition, and then in May, they will be announcing the winners.
Yes, and we'll just save you the trouble. The winners are going to be Chris and Sabrina.
Exactly.
Because I got a green thumb, and we're going to be growing these plum tomatoes, guys. And then at the end of it, we're going to have what? What are we going to do with our tomatoes?
Sweet spaghetti.
Sweet spaghetti. Right.
So you can make some like a finadine.
Finadine? I don't like putting anything in my finadine. My finadine. I just really... People hate on me for this, but I don't put onions. I don't put nothing. I just put the doni, the lemon or the vinegar, and the soy sauce. That's it.
That's it?
That's it.
Oh,
my mom, though, would always...
I like it with the onions.
Right, onions and tomatoes, because it soaks it up, right?
Mhm.
Right on. 7 o'clock, we're KUAM FM. I got you, Guam.
Some fish. Oh.
Over some fish, yeah. Some tatiga. Ooh. Ooh, oh, man.
Oh, man.
Oh, man. Good morning, guys. Here's who's coming up on the show. We were supposed to get former Congresswoman Madeline Berdallo. Probably because her ears were burning because Senator Moylan likes picking on old ladies.
Stop it.
I'm just kidding. So he had introduced, was it a bill?
No, he wrote I think
he wrote a letter.
Right?
That's right, yeah.
Was it a form?
Senator Moylan wrote you a letter. He wrote a letter, said he doesn't want the liaison anymore. Madeline, can't you see that Jim Moylan is talking about you? So he basically said, it's a waste of money, the Washington liaison office.
Did he say that? No, I don't know if he said
Come on, Bree, did he say that? He's writing a letter to the governor saying, how much is it, and is it funded out of your office? Okay, so let me be fair. He's asking a lot of questions about it, and I'm pretty sure the end goal is to eliminate it, and which I think he had said yesterday. He was kind of like, hey, well, what's going on with former Congresswoman Madeline Berdallo? What's she doing? We don't hear anything. And then Crystal Paco San Augustine, the communications director of
You're right, he did introduce a bill.
Yeah, see? You're over here thinking I'm being all extra. I was actually dialing it back. But yeah, he introduced a bill.
Extra. When is this guy not extra? Okay, go ahead.
So he introduced a bill, which is like, how do you not take that personal as a governor? Like he's introducing bills. He's talking about deputy directors. And so Crystal called us, or just texted me yesterday after the show, and she was like, "Oh, hey, we heard you talking about Congresswoman Madeline Berdallo," and I was like, "Yeah," and then she goes, "Oh, well, let's get her on," and I was like, "Yeah, let's get her on." Yeah, let's get her on, because we don't really hear anything, and I don't know if it's because she doesn't have a digital engagement manager to just post about everything that she's doing. But they should do like a fluffy video, that interrupts your YouTube viewing pleasure when you're trying to watch KUAM News link interviews and the governor's freaking videos keep popping up, which I'm just going to complain about this one, Bree. I watched this one that popped up, and because I was cooking and my hands were cooking, I couldn't go and skip the ad. But this was the one about the global dorm, right? And I'm just not sure what purpose those videos serve because they're not giving any new information. They're not. I'm sorry. I'm not hating. I love the homeless people. I like the nurses of public health, but I just don't understand why I got to watch this video about how great the vaccination went at Global Dorm, because it's not new information. It's not key information. It's not like, go apply for the rental assistance program. This is the number you call, or hey, if you're struggling, we got food distribution boxes. No, it was just like, the governor is so great, and this is her, and let's look at the homeless, and that's all I'm saying. Anyway, so yeah, they should do one of those videos for Madeline Berdallo, because then people wouldn't be like, what is she doing? Because that's how they are now. They're like, what is she doing? She's 87 years old, Bree.
That's good.
Yeah, no, I'm just saying.
Still hustling.
I believe age is nothing but a number.
Exactly.
Yeah, and she is hustling, and last I spoke to her.
We think she is.
Yeah. Last time I spoke to her was a couple years ago, and she knows a lot of people in Capitol. And so She was supposed to call in, but I don't know if we didn't get.
She's not calling in through Zoom, right? So.
Well, yeah, there was.
Is the phone working?
The phone is working.
Okay.
I believe it's
Make sure.
working. Yeah. So she was supposed to call in. Of course, we wanted to do a Zoom because I just feel like that's kind of like the baseline, right?
Mm-hmm.
Everyone's doing Zoom now. It's almost weird when someone's like, "Oh, can I call in the phone?" Like, what are you, man? A caveman? It's 2021. Oh, there goes the phone. Let me check.
It's me. I just want to make sure it's
Oh, that's
working.
you. Okay. Reese is checking if the phone's working. No excuses. Phone is working. You know, something else I wanted to follow up on is I've got a tip about this. You remember when GVB President Carl Gutierrez was the governor's chief economic advisor?
Yeah.
Yeah. Now he's the president of GVB. But I remember.
I thought he's both.
Is he still doing both? Because I heard that he's still renting that office in Agania.
Mm-hmm.
So maybe we're looking at. I mean, I don't know. What do you guys think? Sounds kind of like everyone's trying to do less or do more with less. But it seems like a lot of people in our government are doing less with more. That's what they're doing. They're doing less with more pay. A day. 7:05. So anyway, yeah, I don't know if we're getting Congresswoman. But if we do, it's great.
You know what I'm looking forward to?
What are you looking
is,
forward to?
The State of the Island address.
Yeah. I'm not looking forward to it.
You don't want to know what the State of the Island is?
I already could. I could write that speech right now. I know exactly, and it's also going to be coinciding with. I'm just kidding, guys. I want to see the speech. I'm just kidding. You know me. Come on. It's coinciding with International Women's Day, right? And it's on Monday. So yeah, the State of the Island is on Monday. Holy Mac. But let me tell you what it's going to be. It's going to be a...
we have her number.
Whose?
The Congresswoman.
Oh, we got her number?
Yeah.
Okay, I need the calling card because we can't... They took away my long
She
distance.
says she was on hold, but we can call her direct. She was on hold, Christopher?
I didn't hold anybody. I'm right here. I'm right here.
No.
Phone didn't even ring. Okay, so I think we're going to get the Congresswoman, former Congresswoman. So we're going to take a quick break, guys, and come back with more on the show. But I did want to share this tip with you that I forwarded to Daphne Shimizu, the Revenue Tax director. And I guess they're kind of tracking it down. But we had a caller tip. And guys, in the comments, if you've experienced something similar to this, please let us know. Because Daphne was still trying to round up all the information. But this caller had called yesterday with a tip, made an appointment online with DMV 7 months ago for a chauffeur's license, goes to appointment in Barragata DMV, was told to make a new appointment online because they made the appointment with the Agania branch, which is closed. DMV would not assist. Person made a new appointment, and it's set for March 2022. So yeah, I sent that over to Daphne, and they're kind of tracking it down with the staff and trying to figure it out because they've been so busy over there. It's crazy. It's 7:07, so let me figure out this phone call thing, and we'll come back with more of the link. We also got Dr. Felix Cabrera, Public Health Chief Medical Officer, coming on. There's a bunch of stuff we wanted to ask him about, like the variant. I got to say, like the variant. We haven't got our results back. And, you know, when you're waiting for results, it's so easy to get anxious and nervous. So we sent off these results to the Centers for Disease Control, just like a bunch of COVID positive tests dating back to November even. And we sent them off because we want to know, is the variant here on Guam? But the thing about it is we're not the only ones sending off samples of the CDC. The whole American states is, okay? So, man, Joe, we're going to have to call an audible here. I'm going to go ahead and play this sports link with Dave Delgado. It's the latest on sports, and we'll play it right now on the link. Good morning.
Dave Delgado here for In the Zone. Tonight on the show, we're going to take a look at some IIAAG boys high school beach volleyball from the GFA. We'll also take a look at some ISA girls high school softball from JFK. Check it out. Friars Maroon and the St. John's Knights hitting the beach courts at the GFA to get the 2021 IIAAG season underway. Alden Sampson and teammate Ethan Alvarez representing the Friars drew Alexander Stenson and Andrew McCormick for their first match of the year. Tied at 18 in the first set, the Friars went on to score 3 straight points to take the set, 21-18 off a return error by St. John's. FD led 10-6 in the second set when the Knights went on an 8-4 run to tie the game at 14. Stenson and McCormick went to work feeding off each other's efforts, forcing a third and final set with the 23-21 second set win. First to 15 points wins the match. Knights kept it rolling in the third and jumped out to a 6-3 lead. Sampson and Alvarez rallied to tie the set at 9, but were never able to take the lead. Looking to close out the game up 13-9, St. John's McCormick found an opening in the defense and helped secure the win 15-13.
To be confident in our abilities, just play the ball until the whistle, just keep on going. Make sure to get every ball and not to really falter and just keep going even when we're down. Just stay confident in our abilities. I'd probably just say our teamwork and communication. We were talking throughout the whole game, and in that final clutch time situation is when we really picked it up and we really just kept on pushing forward.
Yeah, there's always a little nerves going into the game, initial nerves, but I felt confident today. I felt like we could definitely get the win, and we did. Feels good to be back. We've been waiting all quarantine for sports to come back, so it's really good to be out here and having fun again.
Connor Balahaja and Zach Munya didn't need extra time on the court to handle their business. The Friars duo won their match in 2 straight sets, 21-13, 21-18. Munya capitalized on perfect balls set up by Balahaja to put down some hard shots in the win. Islanders at home hosting the Academy Cougars to kick off the ISA girls softball season. Academy with their biggest turnout of players in 5 years, 21 total. JFK took to the diamond with only 11. Coach Dave Cruz says the team has 6 returnees, with 4 seniors leading the way. Academy scored on their first trip to the plate after the ball gets by the catcher. Runner from third comes across home for the 1-0 lead. Ground out to first brings home Olivia Salas. Cougars go up 2-0. Islanders center fielder Jonas Santos comes up with the pop fly to get her team out of the inning. Arena Kichicho leads off with a single for the home team. Ball barely gets by the shortstop. Kichicho would steal second and advance to third behind a ground out to first base. Legea Imanol's single would score Kichicho from third base. Academy's Cadence Chaco pulls down the infield pop fly to end the inning. The Cougars scored 4 runs in the top of the second inning. Juliana Layson comes home safely off an RBI double by Savannah Uggan. Teammate Taylor Tapasnia rips a shot deep to left center. Ball gets past the defender and rolls to the fence. Uggan scores from second while Tapasnia is safe at third. JFK trailed 7-1 after 3 innings of play. The Islanders opened things up in the 5th, scoring 10 runs. The game was called with both teams tied at 13. Coach Cruz says the Islanders will rely on their sticks for the remainder of the season. The pitchers are young and new to the game. Several of his veterans opted out and switched sports this year. The Ukadu Bulldogs hosted the Teason High Titans for their season opener of the ISA girls volleyball season. Both teams looked ready to go, battling hard for the first point of the set. It was the Titans getting on the scoreboard first. Andriana Sahabo's ace at the serving line helped the Titans extend their lead 19-15, and Jeanette Ponce kept her team in it to win it as the Bulldogs answered, scoring another 4 straight to tie things up at 19. Donna Alagas would give Ukadu their last lead of the set 20-19 before Teason went on a 6-1 run to take the set 25-21. Teason kept the momentum going in the second set, jumping out to a 7-1 lead. Teason cruised to the 25-9 second set win. With only 7 players suited up and 1 sub to give players a breather, the Bulldogs fought hard in the third but fell short, losing 25-22. In varsity action, JFK beat Sanchez in 5 sets to win 25-23, 18-25, 29-27, 9-25, 15-10. GW was victorious over Southern High School 25-11, 25-20, 25-17. In mixed martial arts news, good luck to Trevin 5-Star Jones as he prepares to step into the octagon At UFC 259, scheduled for March 6 in Las Vegas, Jones was set to fight Randy Costa, who pulled out due to injury. His new opponent, Mario Bautista, is 8-1 and is coming off back-to-back wins in the UFC with 2 Fight of the Night bonuses for his performance. Trevin won his debut fight in the UFC, but that win was later changed to a no contest by the Nevada State Commission. Jones will be fighting on the preliminary card of UFC 259, which features 3 title fights that includes light heavyweight champion Israel Adesanya, women's featherweight champion Amanda Nunes, along with bantamweight champ Peter Yan.
Only one company on Guam provides every solar energy solution under one roof. Micronesia Renewable Energy. You want solar only? They got that. You want solar with batteries? They got that too. You want outright purchase or lease purchase? It's up to you. Does your solar system need a tune-up? That's what they do. For solar energy solutions from A to Z, you can count on MRE. Give them a call at 632-2613 for a free consultation. MRE, providing real solar solutions built by real solar experts.
GU Self-Storage, conveniently located near the Harmon McDonald's. We offer affordable rates, online payments, and auto bill pay for your convenience. Plus gate access daily from 6 a.m. to 9 p.m. Call us today at 648-7867 for more information.
The relationship between Guam and Manila, Philippines is undeniable as we share similar cultural traditions, history, and heritage, with generations of Filipinos calling Guam home. KUAM presents a monthly look at the capital city featuring in-depth and engaging interviews on everything from medical tourism to new business and government leaders. Veteran newscaster Nestor Lecanto delivers Beyond Our Borders. This special program is brought to you by the Bank of Guam and KFC.
Half a day. Does your child have a hearing loss? We are parents of deaf and hard of hearing children and volunteers with Guam's Positive Parents Together, and we are here for you. We know how you feel and have walked in your shoes. We want to help you navigate your way through our educational and medical systems, and most especially, your emotional journey. Please visit us at www.guamparents.org for more information.
You're watching The Link with Chris and Sabrina on TV 11. Stick around because we're next on CBS This Morning.
These days I just need you around me. These days I just need your touch. Problems just we've had some before.
Hey, good morning. 717. Trying to figure out getting a hold of former Congresswoman Madeline Bordallo, the Washington, D.C. liaison for the governor's office. I had her on the phone, but we lost her, but we're trying to get her on the FaceTime.
Yeah, I'm just calling her back.
Yeah, we're just trying to get a hold of her at this point. Good morning, by the way. 717. That's Annette Nugget-Palgu. We got a couple of special features for you guys. Gumat Rasan Atulati performing a chant with their leader, Patrick Somnak Camacho, entitled Isaynata. That's coming up. We've also got KUAM segment here with the One Micronesia podcast, our very own Victorious Falan. This is a great podcast. It's awesome. He's going to be talking with some really cool Pohnpeians, Calvin and Acer. These are two proud Pohnpeians who share their culture through their art by using photography and design to reach people from all walks of life. And since we were talking about the former Congresswoman Madeline Bordallo, I just kind of wanted to, and in case we get her on the phone, I wanted to just read off some of this letter here from Senator Jim Moylan. And this is a letter that he penned to the Honorable Lulian Guerrero about the Guam Liaison Office in Washington, D.C. Dear Governor Lulian Guerrero, before I go any further down these blue lines, just kidding. As our office continues to pursue measures to reduce government expenditures, we'd like to inquire into the status of the Guam Liaison Office located in D.C. With this in mind, We hope to attain the support of your office in addressing some of our questions. We would like to confirm if the funds to maintain the Guam Liaison Office in D.C. are obtained from the budget appropriated to the Office of the Governor. What were the total costs to maintain the office in FY 19 and 20, and how much is being appropriated for FY 2021 for the Guam Liaison Office in D.C.? How many staff are under the payroll of the Guam Liaison Office in D.C.? And considering the global situation in 2020, what tasks were assigned to the Guam Liaison Office in D.C. in 2020 and 2021? And more importantly, what results did the island benefit from maintaining this office? Then it goes on to talk about the federal aid, which was received largely, what he says, was through the efforts of the U.S. Congress, President Trump, and now President Biden, and also Guam Congressman Michael Nicholas. And they all played a vital role in these discussions. The role of Guam Liaison Office in D.C. has seemed to be rather inconsequential throughout this pandemic. And, of course, Senator Moylan introduced Bill 19-36 at the start of the term. The measure proposes to eliminate the Guam Liaison Office, as the objective of the proposal is purely a cost savings measure. The answers to our questions would be vital in determining how to move the legislation forward. Approximately 30,000 island residents were and continue to be displaced due to the global crisis. That it would be irresponsible for our government to continue to maintain non-essential offices at taxpayer expenses. From our understanding, the D.C. office is not essential. Thank you very much for your time. As always, I'm open to a discussion on this and other issues. Respectfully, James Jim Moylan.
As always.
Right. So there he goes. He writes a lot of letters to the Gov. Doesn't always get a response, but I think the response here is that they're making an effort to put Congresswoman Berdalio out for the media to...
She's not on hold or anything, right?
Let me check.
Hello?
No, she's not.
No, okay. Yeah, she's not. I'm trying to call her.
Yeah, we did have her on hold, but I don't know if they hung up on their end, but she was there.
Try again.
Yeah, it's 7:21. So yeah, we're trying to get a hold of the Congresswoman Madeline Berdalio. Yeah, I think it would behoove the administration to kind of come out and like I said, show us something. Show us some pictures, whatever. What has the Congresswoman been doing over there in D.C.? And I'm not saying she's not doing anything. I'm just saying that you just don't know. All right, so that's why we were just so pumped to get her on the phone. I actually spoke with her when I put her on hold, and she was like, "Oh, it's good to hear your voice." So I was like, okay, thank you. What? At least someone around here is happy to hear from me. So yeah, we'll figure that out. I don't know. It's 2021. Technology sometimes, though. I tell you what. We'll get Juan Carlos.
I'm doing a good old-fashioned phone call.
Yeah, it's not working.
No.
Okay. Well, we're trying. And we'll get Republican Party Chair Juan Carlos Benitez on, and I'm pretty sure we could talk about this liaison office thing with him. As you know, what I'd said with Senator Moylan was, I remember during Governor Eddie Calvo's time, I'd also kind of turned my eye to the liaison office, and I'll just tell you guys, I wasn't satisfied with the results that I found by looking into it. It does seem like the liaison office, for the most part, they kind of, like I said, arrange when the governors go to the Capitol, like, hey, I got this meeting for you, I got that meeting for you, I got that meeting for you. But that being said, the governor hasn't really been going to D.C. because the pandemic. So again, these are pretty valid questions. But I think if Senator Moylan is looking for like a big budget or, a lot of expenditures from the liaison office, I'm not sure he's going to find it, because from what I was able to glean looking into it, I think the Congresswoman has like one staffer or something. So yeah. But what was funny about this when I was looking into the Margaret Metcalf thing, and I wonder, I'm going to send a FOIA. But so I was looking into the Margaret Metcalf thing, so I FOIA'd like all her emails. Mm-hmm. And they gave them all to me. It was like 3 big binders. And like a lot of the emails were, this is so funny, guys. A lot of the emails were like, hey, yo, Margaret, are you checking your email? Like, we've been trying to get a hold of you. Like, hey, well, this is like my 10th email. Where you at, girl? It was like that kind of stuff. Like, I swear to God, totally. Totally. So I'm just saying, Republican or Democrat, I mean, I think all politicians are the same, but Republican or Democrat, it kind of seems like that liaison office is where you just go put somebody, and that's what it is, right? So, I mean, I don't even know how tech-savvy Congresswoman Berdallo is, but I'm going to send a FOIA and find out, what kind of discussion has been had between the office of the governor and the office of the Washington, D.C. Liaison. It's 7:23. We're going to take another break because it's Friday, guys. Burger King Cover Me is coming up as well. They got the BK Big Fish and the Impossible Whopper. Very Lent-friendly on this Fishy Friday. We're back with more of The Link next.
UnoGo has arrived and is here to deliver you food from your favorite restaurant in a safe, reliable, and fast way. Choose from a variety of restaurants island-wide and track your orders in real time, with quick deliveries whenever your cravings kick in. Plus, sanitized vehicles, reliable drivers, and safety seals for your peace of mind. Make the dash to UnoGo. Visit uno-go.com or download the app at the App Store or Google Play. UnoGo, delivering Guam on demand. GU Self-Storage, conveniently located near the Harmon McDonald's. We offer affordable rates, online payments, and auto bill pay for your convenience. Plus gate access daily from 6 a.m. to 9 p.m. Call us today at 648-7867 for more information.
The relationship between Guam and Manila, Philippines is undeniable as we share similar cultural traditions, history, and heritage, with generations of Filipinos calling Guam home. KUAM presents a monthly look at the capital city featuring in-depth and engaging interviews on everything from medical tourism to new business and government leaders. Veteran newscaster Nestor Lecanto delivers Beyond Our Borders. This special program is brought to you by the Bank of Guam and KFC.
Half a day. Does your child have a hearing loss? We are parents of deaf and hard of hearing children and volunteers with Guam's Positive Parents Together, and we are here for you. We know how you feel and have walked in your shoes. We want to help you navigate your way through our educational and medical systems, and most especially, your emotional journey. Please visit us at www.guamparents.org for more information.
Get the job done the right way by getting the right stuff at East West Rental Center. With years of experience helping builders, we definitely got what you need. Call 646-1463 or visit us in Upper Tumon. Open Monday to Saturday from 7 a.m. to 5 p.m. and on Sundays from 8 a.m. to 5 p.m.
You're watching The Link with Chris and Sabrina on TV 11, but don't leave yet because we're coming up next on CBS This Morning.
We got your 6.
At 6 a.m. with The Link on Breeze 93.9 FM. Bree and I connect you with all the latest news and information you need to know to start your day.
Then check back with Guam's news leader at 6 p.m. for the day's top headlines with KUAM News Primetime.
From 6 a.m. to 6 p.m. and everything else in between with KUAM Digital, we got your 6. Yeah. Is this auto-tune? Good stuff, though. DUB, Forever in My Dreams. This is one of those hold your lighter in the air.
Definitely.
Right? Or nowadays, because holding your lighter in the air offends people, you hold your cell phone. Right? I don't know if people will get their feelings hurt when you put your lighter in the air.
I want to get straight to the phone lines
Let's
because
go.
I'm
Okay,
scared
fine.
we might
I
get
know.
disconnected
Okay,
or
yes.
something.
We have former Congresswoman Madeline Berdallo, who is currently heading the liaison office for the Office of the Governor in Washington, D.C. Good morning, Congresswoman.
Hi, is this Chris?
This is Chris. We have Sabrina here too, and we're
Hi, doing Sabrina.
Good morning or evening.
Phone number.
Yeah, there was some issues with the phone number, so I'm just glad that we're able to connect and hear from you.
Hi. How much time do we have?
How much time do you need? Just kidding.
Is my give me?
Well, we haven't spoken to you, so we got a lot of time if you'd like.
I know. Well, listen, first of all, I'd like to do a shout out to all the employees at KUAM because I used to work there way back in the 50s. Probably before you were born, but anyway, half a day to all of you.
Half a day. Yes, we know you are an alum here, KUAM fam. So, the reason why we wanted to reach out to you, I'm not sure if you've heard, but Senator James Moylan, he wrote a letter to the governor basically asking what are you doing over there? How much are we paying you?
Well, everybody over here is kind of in a lockdown. It has been for almost a year. And I think the governor did reply to his letter. But I would like to say a few words here to both you and Chris about this governor's office. It was established in the 70s by Governor Ricky Berdallo, and the first director was former Judge B.J. Cruz. So, and it's been going on all these years, I don't know how many years now that is. That's about 50 years. But anyway, just to let you know, we are located in the Hall of State, and there's 24 governor's offices currently in the Hall of State. And 5 states also have, besides the governor's directors, they have lobby firms. And the only remaining territories that are not here are CNMI and Puerto Rico. But they have offices, they have offices in D.C., but not at the Hall of State. So it's a very important office, and every governor has their priorities. And sometimes these priorities do not come under the purview of Congress. So that's when we come in. And being a former congressperson, I was there for 16 years, I network a lot with members of Congress, and we have no voice in the armed services for now, and we have no voice in the Senate. So this is where I network with my friends, just to let you know, okay?
Well, thank you for the history lesson, Congresswoman. Can you tell us what you have been up to, though?
Oh, sure. Well, first of all, let me say that the amount of money that the governor spends for this office is not anywhere near what we receive from the federal government, especially during this pandemic situation. Roseanne Montanonia is my assistant here. She worked with me all the while I was in Congress, and that was, now it's amounting to about 20 years. The two of us are together. We're working from home. We opened the office in 2019, and then we had our first Christmas there, and then we had an opening, a big opening. The local Romanian organization here helped us out, and we invited many people, many members of Congress, and some of the NGA officials, and it was great. We even had chanters over here. So right now, and of course, then we were told there was a pandemic. That was in March of last year. And we thought, well, maybe just a few days. They said to leave the building because they had 3 cases there. So we did. We left the building, and we never returned. We worked from home. So right now, Sabrina and Chris, I do 1 or 2 Zoom conference calls with the National Governors Association every week. And I've been doing this for the last year. And those calls are very, very important because the different directors of health and education and transportation and defense, they all come on and they give us the latest reports of what are going on in Congress. And now, of course, the last call I made was Wednesday of this week, and we discussed the distribution of the vaccine. And I interrupt a lot on these calls. So, and I always wonder because, they tend to say the states. And I always say, does that include the territory? Because, it's very tricky there. If the territories are not mentioned, we may be out of luck, and we'd have to go along with a standalone bill. So this is what we do, and we keep, I've been very active here. We entertain, the governor has been here to the office, the lieutenant governor. We have the Chamber of Commerce have been here, and other officials from Guam. We entertain them. Sometimes they ask for help in arranging hotel stays or whatever the case might be. Roseanne has been very, very helpful. She worked with me for so many years, so she knows. She knows the workings of Congress. And there's two places where both the delegate's job and my job are completely different. He answers to the members of, he answers to the people of Guam about Congress. And I am responsible for answering and giving reports to the governor to let her know. And I will say that I'm very proud of Guam because we have met every deadline on getting grants, and it's been very successful. So does that answer your question?
Yeah. So what are some of the grants then that we are receiving that you've helped acquire?
Well, right now we're just concentrating on the pandemic.
Mm-hmm.
It's the $1.9 trillion package that passed the House, that's now over in the Senate, and I understand it's really being reworked. So that's kind of sad, I don't know whether the hourly wages. I understand that the president has just about given up on that. But other than that, I think the president has done an excellent job, and he's working hard. And in fact, today we were supposed to have these terrorists come back to Washington to whatever they're going to do, because they were going to proclaim that the former president was going to be inaugurated today. So we've got an awful lot of security here, National Guardsmen, and they're all over. And by the way, when the 130 Guam Guardsmen came here to Washington, we entertained them. I entertained them with the Vietnamese Association of America. They remember Guam, and they always are very grateful for the fact that they were able to stay on Guam. And when they came, in fact, there were 40-some boats sent in, and Governor Rickey was the one that accepted them into the island and took care of them. And now they're all prosperous people here in D.C. and other states. So they helped us out. We had food, and we entertained. We took pictures, and it was a lot of fun because I hadn't been out with people for a long time. And incidentally, I did get my shot. I got my first shot, and my second one is due March 10th. So I want you to know that I'm going along with all the rules.
Right. That's good to hear. Congressman, so how many staff members do you have?
How many what?
Staff members? Is it yourself and Roseanne?
Yes, just Roseanne and myself. Yes.
Okay.
And we invite everybody to. And incidentally, I want you to know that Roseanne has reported to me that she still receives many calls from the people of Guam. So we try to do what we can. especially war claims. They still want more information. And so, regardless of the fact that, I'm in another position now, but we still try to do what we can for our people. And as I said, I'm very active with the Guam Society here. They've been very good. Well, I'll tell you, actually, I attend the Christmas parties, the cherry blossom, and, whatever. And then they have the novenas, the Christmas novenas, and I even had a couple of the novena parties in my apartment here. So, I keep in close contact, and I'm so happy when this is over and we can now spread our wings and start doing more work. But I don't know how it is on Guam, because I haven't been home in some time, but I certainly am looking forward to the day when we can go back to a normal situation.
Right.
Congresswoman, this is Chris. So, hi. Good morning. When you talk.
Chris.
Good morning. When you talk about the entertaining people and kind of running things down for the governor, just for the people listening, right, who might think that that's not necessarily something essential, which is also a point that Senator Moylan has argued, saying that you and your office are not essential. How would you respond to that?
Well, let me just speak to Jim, if he's listening in. I'm sure he is. And incidentally, Jim, I don't quite understand where you're coming from. Kaleo and Kurt, I served with him, and they were my very good friends. So anyway, I'll just tell you, the governors have a lot of different priorities, and many of them are not, they don't go through, you can't go through Congress for some of these things that they're asking for. So that's why it's important, and that's why this office was established way back in the 70s, and B.J. Cruz was the first director. And the governors, will come about with something, and they want something. They might want to get, I don't know whether they're looking for lobbyists or what they're doing, but that's when this office comes into play. And now that I am a former member of Congress in this office, it even helps more because I do know quite a few people, but the delegate has his responsibilities, and I have my responsibilities to the governor of Guam. So I think that's kind of what you are asking about.
Right, yeah, because Senator Moylan is saying we've already got Congressman Michael St. Nicholas out there, and he is, working, like you said, in Congress. We're all waiting for what action will be taken on the president's $1.3 trillion plan.
Right.
And he's saying that, really, what are you doing? It's inconsequential what your office is doing in terms of response to this pandemic.
Yeah, Congresswoman, he said you're inconsequential.
Yeah, let me tell you this. The way we do it, every time I go on to the Zoom conference calls with the National Governors Association, sometimes twice a week, once a week, we've been doing it, and we're very faithful. If you contact the National Governors Association, they know Guam. So we get on, and they give us these reports of what's coming up in Congress, how things are going through the House and the Senate. And then we print that out. We send it to the governor of Guam and to the chief of staff, John Kelvin. Then they look at it, and, of course, that's an advance notice because we're getting it before it even goes out to the press. So I'm working with the federal government as far as how they're doing with bills and so forth. That's been going on now. So I'm not one that looks for publicity for everything I do, but that's the way we work it. It goes, every report from those meetings go to the chief of staff and to the governor of Guam.
Mm-hmm. So you
as I said, and I want to point out again, I want to make it very clear. This office is very important because many times the governors, not just the governor of Guam, but the governor of any state, they may want something here in the nation's capital that doesn't pertain to a member of Congress. Then that's where we come in. I hope you understand that.
Well, I'm sure Senator Moylan understands that. You've made that clear, and I really appreciate you coming on the call and responding, because his letter he's introduced a bill to remove and basically get rid of your office.
Yeah. Do you take that personal, Congresswoman?
I will mention, too, that I took a big cut in salary when I came over here. I'm sure you know what it is. I don't have to mention it. And so did Roseanne. But I felt so compelled to keep this office open and active. But if it wasn't for this pandemic, nobody can help that. Everybody's working from home. Washington is actually now we just opened dining in. But, I'm looking out right now when I'm talking to you on Virginia Avenue here. There's nobody here. No traffic, no, it's really sad. It's so sad. And now that the president is in and he's trying his best, it's not going to be easy to overturn all of these things, but he's trying his best and things are already looking better. And we're finally getting the the vaccine distributed, because I don't know where it was going. It wasn't going to the rural areas. So now it seems to be, getting out there. And I finally, my age, and I couldn't get the vaccine. I called everywhere. So finally, it was a friend of mine in Congress that was able to get my first shot. So I got my first shot, and the second one is due March 10th. And then I know you're going to ask me, because I think you wanted to go on FaceTime, right?
Yes, or even Zoom.
Yeah, well, okay, I do Zoom, but I do it by the iPhone, I do the Zoom. Yeah, but Chris, to go on FaceTime, this is pandemic. I haven't had my hair done for so long.
Congresswoman, I just wanted to ask, and then maybe we can set up something where you come on this show, maybe like every couple weeks, and just share with the people what you're working on there in D.C. But I wanted to ask, just because of your experience as a former Congresswoman who also had an ethics investigation against her, did you have a comment on the current delegate's ethics investigation and kind of the turn that it's taken with the formation of the subcommittee?
Yeah, I don't really know too much about it, except that they're going into further investigation. I think it's because of money. Mine was never that. It was just living in my family hotel and what was the other one now? Renting a home to the Japanese Consul General. And that I've been doing for, I think it's about 30 years now. So those were the only two things. And that was taken care of.
Okay. I did want to follow up on something you said regarding these Zoom conferences that you participate in once or twice a week with the National Governors Association.
That's
right.
Correct.
Right. Does the governor also participate in these same Zoom conferences?
Yes, the governor has his also. There are certain times when AGA will call just the governors together. And Lou is always on the phone. We inform her about the dates and the times, and that's when I'm not allowed. If it's only governors, no staff. But then there has been a couple of conferences where the governors and the staff are included. So it's a very good way we work it out. I just wish I was in my office because, there's more equipment there, and it's much easier. And incidentally, the Hall of States, I invite you to come and visit us. We have a cute little office. It's a tiny office, and we can walk to the Capitol, and like the Chamber of Commerce came to visit me, the whole defense group, and I've had so many visitors, that come. But of course, during the pandemic, now we haven't had very many.
Mm-hmm. I want to just knock out some of these other questions that were raised in Senator Moylan's letter to make sure you have a full opportunity to respond. And so, how much are you getting paid, and how much is Roseanne getting paid?
I'm getting paid $50,000. You know.
And Roseanne?
And Roseanne, you might have to ask her. I think it's 60, a little bit more.
And how much?
More, but I took 60,000.
Right. And how much does it cost to maintain the Guam liaison office?
To maintain it, well, we pay rent. You know, you'd have to talk to Roseanne. Now she handles the office, running the office, but she will have all those figures.
Okay.
And, you know, and by the way, when we came in to the Hall of State, I was rather shocked because we had to start. I mean, we had to begin with nothing. The office had been closed about 6 months in advance to my being appointed. So we had to go from scratch and, you know, get a new office and get some furniture and so forth and so on. So it was difficult, you know. It took us quite a while. And then, of course, you're going from, you know, you're going back to Guam. You have to deal with the government of Guam because they're the ones that, you know, pay for it and work for it. I mean, they'll work with us. So it wasn't easy. And then the pandemic hit. So I've just been, you know, really kind of, I've never dealt like this. I'm a very active person and I want to, you know, get on the plane and go home and visit. But, you know, I'm so, I mean, I listen to all the scientists over here and what they have to say about this pandemic. And right now there's 2 states, Mississippi and Texas, that are opening everything up. So I don't know what's going to happen. They've been told by the president that it's not a good idea. And I'm really proud of the job that Lou is doing because we haven't had great numbers on Guam, and she's had it good. And I know the two of you, Chris and Sabrina, I know that people don't like it when you have to close their stores and their hotels and so forth. Nobody likes it. But the same thing is happening here in the United States. People are complaining and, you know, they're mad and they blame the governors and they blame it whatever. So, but she did what was right and had to quarantine people. And so it's, you know, I never thought I would ever live through something like this. It would last a year.
All right. We really appreciate we really appreciate you coming on, Congresswoman. And hopefully, like Chris mentioned, that we could speak to you on a more frequent basis, whether it's every other week or when.
Maybe we should arrange something.
I think we'd really appreciate it, and so would the people of Guam.
Yeah, I've often said, but Madeline, we don't hear from you. I said, well, you know, I'm really not out there to promote myself.
Mm-hmm.
Like I say, if we're doing our job, we're sending in reports from the National Governors Association to the Chief of Staff on Guam and to the governor. That's our job. I don't expect that, you know, I'm to be highlighted in any way. But, you know, I guess people want to see you and hear you and so forth and so on. So and like I said, FaceTime, folks, boy, I got to go out and fix myself.
Zoom's fine.
Congresswoman, I guess before you go, we did have a comment here on the Facebook about, this is about a large parcel of land that the military, I guess, gave to Gov Guam to build a northern high school. And now that land has kind of been fenced off by the military. Do you know anything about this?
Well, I know that was being discussed when I left Congress.
Yeah.
Before I left Congress, yeah. And I don't know the details, but, you know, I'll tell you, in as much as we don't have a voice in defense, I keep in contact with the committee people and some of my colleagues, so I know what's going on. And I know that I'm very concerned about the military buildup, and I know that they say that just like now, the NDAA is before Congress, and we're trying to try to protect the funds that are for.
Hello?
We might have lost her.
Okay. So thanks, Congresswoman Berdalio, for connecting with us. We had some issues at the
we
beginning,
lost
but
her.
we finally connected with her, and then
we lost
her.
we lost the Congresswoman.
But I like hearing from her. So
Yeah.
that was really nice to catch up and see what she's been doing. And as many of you heard, because of the pandemic, she's basically been working from home.
Yeah.
But things are slowly reopening in D.C. So what did she say? Her office is in the Hall of States?
It's in the Hall of States.
Hall of
That's where like a lot of the offices are for, some Congress people have their offices there, some other liaison type people. And I'm going to send some FOIAs because I did a really huge FOIA on Margaret Metcalf, and I guess I'll do the same for Congresswoman Berdalio. I mean, I lost sight of it because of the pandemic, but when we talk about Congresswoman Berdalio having one staffer and then paying the rent for the office, I don't know if those are the only expenses, because I remember when I sent a FOIA about the former liaison, Margaret Metcalf, and again, this is under the Cabo Tenorio administration, she was like renting cars, going out to eat, doing all these. So there's all these other expenses that came with the office, because like Congresswoman Berdalio said, she's out there meeting people on behalf of the governor or whatever, and there's a cost to that kind of stuff. So we'll send a FOIA in there. I don't know. Do you think Senator Moylan would be satisfied? I mean, with the response from Congresswoman Berdalio, she kind of, you hear that where she was like, hey, Senator Moylan, boy, I used to work with your uncles. But I did text Senator Moylan to find out, hey, did he want to come on and respond? At 7:55, let's keep it going in the Zoom room where we have the Chief Medical Officer of the Department of Public Health and Social Services, Dr. Felix Cabrera. Good morning, Doc. Sorry about that.
No worries. Good morning, Chris. Good morning, Bree.
Good morning.
Jason.
Thanks for joining us in the KUAM News Zoom room, 7:56. I guess we'll just first start with the variant. Have we got anything back from the CDC about the variant and these test results that we sent off?
Disappointingly, they are behind in their in running the test and giving us a sequence results, and so. But we're still grateful that they've taken our samples. We've actually sent out 3 different shipments to them. And we're still waiting results for even the first one. But nonetheless, they are basically samples. And what I mean by that is that they're giving us stamps in time also of when these samples were these specific COVID viruses were here. We will even know what their sequences are, and if there are any other strains that are identified later, we can always reference them. And so even though they are late, they're still extremely valuable, and we appreciate that they will eventually be sequenced.
The samples from the second and third, are they also a batch of 20 each?
The second one was a batch of 20 as well, and the third one was a batch of, I think, 10 or around 10. And the good thing is, I mean, the reason why it's less is because we've had less COVID, and so there's less that actually met the threshold that we could actually send. There's a certain lab threshold that we have to meet before we send, so that they can actually meet the sequencing guidelines, and so that's why it's less.
Is there any movement or discussion or even a need to try and be able to do this genomic testing here on Guam? Or is that
it's
even
really, when I was in, I think, undergrad, when I was in undergrad, that was the first time that the human genome was sequenced. And that was a tremendous leap in science. And so to sequence multiple viruses, in a streamlined fashion, that's a big undertaking, and that's why it's not something that's typically done. There, other countries are way ahead of the United States in doing that. For like Australia, sequences half of their viruses that they identify. Of course, they don't have that many, but they are able to do that. And so, but unfortunately, no, there is no. We don't foresee doing that locally, just because the tremendous resources that it will take for that.
Okay. Well, let's move on to the other V word, vaccines. Was it today is the day that we were crossing our fingers to get the next shipment to the next allotment? Is it here or is it arriving later today?
You don't have to cross your fingers anymore because last night we got 14,200 Moderna vaccines that arrived in good condition.
All right.
So we are extremely excited about that. It's gosh, when you just think about that many for just Moderna, and then and then what we're expecting, likely even today, is Pfizer's shipment of 21,060 vaccines. And so, man, you go from it's like you go from being starving here to a smorgasbord, whatever the word is. And then on top of that, then the cherry on top of that is Johnson & Johnson coming as well. And we don't have an expected time of arrival, but we're expecting about 1,300 vaccines of Johnson & Johnson. And so that will probably arrive here within less than a week from now. And that's only gonna really allow us to offer more people vaccines. Mm-hmm. And so we're really excited about that.
Yeah, I'm glad you mentioned Johnson & Johnson because that actually was one of the things I was going to ask you about, and I wanted to talk about. This is a one and done shot, right?
Yes, it is a one. As of right now, it's a one and done shot. They are looking at what it might mean to get a booster. So those studies are still ongoing, and we'll maybe find out something about it in the next several months. But right now, it is one and done. The absolute key part here is never mind talking about the efficacy with getting COVID 95% versus 72%. Between Johnson & Johnson versus the Moderna and Pfizer one. What we need to keep clear in our mind is that the one thing that all three of them have in common is that they are virtually 100% effective at preventing hospitalization or death from COVID. And that's what we care about, right? Yeah, you can get COVID, you'll get sick, and you may and most people will recover from it. But what we really care about is not flooding the hospital and people not dying from COVID. And Johnson & Johnson does it just as effectively as Moderna and Pfizer. So if I walked into UOG and they said, and it's like, I want my first dose, I'm eligible. And they said, all we have is Johnson & Johnson for that. I personally take it. I'll take it. If it was my mom, I say, Mom, take it, and my aunt, my whatever, take it, because that's what we care about, and that's there's very good data that supports that, even with what's known right now about certain variants that are out there, that the real world data is showing that it is that there are the protection is consistent. And so we are very, very encouraged by that.
Doc, I just wanted to ask, because there was a story that came out of NBC News.
In the Bay Area.
In the Bay Area. A Catholic church voices concerns about Johnson & Johnson vaccine. And just, I guess, if you could maybe address this. There's controversy within the Catholic Church after a prominent association of bishops raises moral questions about the newly approved Johnson & Johnson vaccine. This is local parishes in the Bay Area are trying to overcome several obstacles to getting their members vaccinated. The U.S. Conference of Catholic Bishops claim the vaccine is linked to cells derived from aborted fetal tissue. And that raises moral concerns because of the church's obvious opposition to abortion.
Yeah. So that's news to me. I'm not aware of the cell lines that were used in any fashion. What we do know that's different about the Johnson & Johnson vaccine versus the Pfizer Moderna is that basically the packaging of what really is effective in the vaccine is very different. It's actually what's called an adenovirus, which is known to cause the common cold. But in this case, it's a very inactivated adenovirus. So it holds the genetic material that goes into your body and eventually you make the same mRNA that creates the proteins, that's that spike protein on the coronavirus, and that's effective. Now, what may have been studies, and I'm only presuming here, purely presuming, because you're just telling me this and I'm just learning this about this controversy. I presume that there may have been fetal cell lines that were that may have been part of the early parts of the research of this process. Now, what I do recall is that President George W. Bush was the ones who said no more fetal cell lines, but the ones existing can still continue and be replicated and be used for research purposes. So it's not like a very conservative president like him, he didn't ban all fetal cell lines. He just said, basically that will stop, but what's already in use can continue for research purposes. And so I don't think that has changed. I don't think that Obama or Trump or even Biden has changed any of that. And so because they're still very useful. So I'm not sure what the controversy is, and maybe it's best I stop speculating on it, but I'm just trying to just give a little bit of the science that I do know about it.
Okay, can we just put you on pause just
for
a second?
Doc, stand by. Guys, KUAM TV, thank you so much for jamming with us on a Friday. Biba Betness. There's a whole lot of great programming coming up, but there's some good stuff on the way here, too. Mm-hmm. Check out our Facebook Live feed. There's an audio stream, Docomo Channel 10, and, of course, right here on the radio, The Breeze, 93.9 KUAM FM, Agotni, Guam. My name's Chris.
I'm Sabrina.
Estadios!
Bye.
And we're back. Dr. Cabrera, as you were. Sabrina?
So I guess maybe we could follow up on that a little bit later, since you're just kind of hearing about it right now, and we just kind of sprung it on you.
Yep.
But what you talked about the commonalities, really about the vaccines, and the one thing that it does is that it prevents hospitalizations, right, and death. But I wanted to ask about are the side effects are they different from the other two, just so that people kind of know what to expect?
My understanding is that it's actually very similar, and that you should expect the same type of response, immune response. Is side effects usually obviously has a negative connotation to it, but in this case, your immune response is going to be that your body's going to work and is training to fight COVID, and so that part is I think should be welcomed in a lot of ways. And some people have asked, like, well, should I take Tylenol or ibuprofen or naproxen to combat some of these immune responses? And I say, well, if you can bear with it, try and not take him because you're just blunting your body's ability to do the right response. Same thing, by the way, with those who are trying to train, and lift weights and do all that. If you take that, you're only blunting your body's response to get stronger. That being said, I took some naproxen when I had a headache after my second dose. So I'm being honest. It was to the point where it was tough to do activities of daily living, and when it comes to that point, then you go ahead and take it. But yeah, so I'll just say that.
What about like age limit, things like that? Like who would you recommend more to take it, or who can't take it?
They're 18 and over for the Johnson & Johnson. But what's encouraging is that they started early their trials for children. And they started it quite early. So we actually may even get results for younger persons eligible for the Johnson & Johnson before we even get results for Pfizer or Moderna. So that's encouraging. And so, again, they took different pathways. And in all honesty, if Moderna and Pfizer were not even on the table, what Johnson & Johnson has done is just absolutely amazing. And it's something that we should be extremely excited about. And the way that they went about it also is extremely encouraging and amazing. And so I'm saying all this to ensure that we really understand the value of having all three of these vaccines available to us, and that we are extremely, extremely fortunate. And the best thing about the Johnson & Johnson is because Remember I talked about they have a different packaging, so to speak. That's why they can be stored in refrigerators. They don't have to have these ultra cold, freezer storages. So that actually really improves the how they can become available to not just, obviously here in Guam, we'll be okay. But can you imagine what that means for third world areas that don't have that type of refrigeration, capabilities, the freezer capabilities, I should say, and what that really means, because here on this globe, we are only going to be as weak as our weakest country when it comes to the COVID fight. And so there is a moral responsibility for us to ensure that everyone gets this vaccine and it's become available to it. And so, yes, we are doing our part to get ourselves fortified, so to speak, with the vaccine, but this process is going to go on forever. And I mean, not for a long time. And that eventually we're going to have to do our part to really stretch out and help other areas get vaccinated as well. But we'll take care of the home front first.
And you said 1,300, right, doses?
Yeah, 1,300 is what's slated to come to Guam first. And then, and then they say 100 million or so by the end of, I had something here where, they said about 16 million that they'll have available toward the end of March. So if you do it proportionally, then that means Guam might get an additional about 8,000 toward the end of March. And then they are claiming a total of 100 million by the end of June. So for Guam, that means about 50,000 doses. And what's really encouraging is that Merck is a big pharmaceutical company, and they abandoned their COVID-19 vaccine efforts early on because the data didn't support that their efforts were effective. But now that they've partnered with Johnson & Johnson to help manufacture the vaccines, and so that's really, I can't I can't overstate how remarkable that is, in that you have a major rival agreeing to help out Johnson & Johnson to make these vaccines and to produce them, because they are the best persons to help them. And it's an agreement, and that I think the White House themselves have helped broker. And of course, they're not doing it for free. They're being compensated to do it. But man, that's really a major act in solidarity for us to help, really combat this pandemic. And so I really applaud them for that.
Mm-hmm. And that's in about a week, right? You said Johnson & Johnson that first shipment should be landing on island. So still for next week, it's going to be the vaccination clinics will resume over at the OG Caldwell Fieldhouse, and that is only for the second dose. I want to make sure everybody is clear.
Yeah, we have a lot of catching up to do for those who second dose. Now, again, major appreciation for everyone's understanding about that you don't have to have it exactly on the day that it's due, that there is this buffer period, and we are still in that buffer period for everyone, except those who are purposely have not gotten the second dose, when they were due long before all this shortage. And so there's plenty to do, and they are our priority at this point. But we'll get to them fairly quickly, actually, because the National Guard is been amazing in their efficiency in giving out these vaccines, and public health next week is going to be putting extra support to ensure that we get everybody caught up, and then I don't know how many days after that, but it's going to get to the point where we'll obviously be offering first doses for those who are eligible, and even opening up the categories and the eligibility.
Mm-hmm. I did want to also then follow up on there was a story that one of our reporters did about this situation with a GDOE substitute teacher, and she had gone to a private clinic, had one of the rapid tests. It was a positive for COVID. Her 2 children were also tested. And then she went to another private clinic and did a PCR test. That was negative. Then she did it again for a third time, and it was negative. But this whole time she was from what I understand, in isolation. But she got a call yesterday saying, okay, so you're no longer in isolation, but your 2 children are, because your children were in contact with a positive, which was her, but she said she wasn't positive. So how do you guys, are you familiar with the case?
Yeah, unfortunately, very familiar. And so I'll just say that there is a legal matter in this, and so there's a limit to what I can say about it. But I will address things that have been said in the media and overall, and that I just, let me just start out by just asking you, Chris and Bree, if you knew a teacher was symptomatic, came into a clinic and tested positive, doesn't matter what test, tested positive for COVID, what do you think public health should do with that person?
Well, obviously, isolation, right?
Isolation, thank you. And
but if she requested this, I'd like to get retested.
Okay, yeah.
What would you do?
So the default is to put in isolation and to ensure the safety of the public, right? Now, there is recourse, and we have this recourse that's set aside for those who are asymptomatic, when they are asymptomatic, and that they are trying to shorten their isolation time, which is 10 days at this point. And so the recourse is being tested, but we're very clear about how you get retested, and you can't cut corners. One is that you have to have a negative test at least 24 hours after your first one, your positive test, I should say. And then you have to have a second negative test 24 hours after that. At that point, we are more convinced that you're not infectious, and therefore can decrease your isolation time. And only until then can you have a shortened isolation period. Now, that's that case. Anybody that you've been exposed to when you're considered in isolation because of a new COVID case, they're in quarantine. Quarantine is a different story. Quarantine's different requirements, because quarantine, you don't know what's going to happen to to those people in quarantine, how they're going to respond. Are they going to become symptomatic? Are they going to be a delayed course? So those are two very different conversations, and they need to be discussed in different scenarios. And so I honestly have not followed very closely what's been said, all that in the media by in this particular case, but what you had just shared is the case where eventually the protocol was followed, and therefore this individual was allowed to have a shortened isolation period.
Are you guys? Are you guys a public health receiving, I guess, complaints or concerns about false positives?
So, false positives are not dangerous. False negatives are the danger. Okay, we take any positive very seriously because of the risk that it may have, not just for we're obviously concerned about that person's well-being, but public health's responsibility is the entire public safety. And so, these processes have been in place. We didn't just change it recently or anything like that. This is why we're doing well right now. It's one of those things where, look at the scoreboard. We are doing well because we follow our policies, and because we put them in place, and because we have expert opinions that help guide us. I'm an expert in some things, and when I'm not, I seek other experts' opinions. And so that's the key part here. And let me just be very clear here. Everyone's entitled to their opinions, and there has been very vocal opinions about this, including some medical persons. But you're not entitled to your own facts. And that's very key here. And when you try and say things and try and advocate for one person using incorrect facts, you put the whole community at danger, at risk. And that's a pattern that we've seen from this one particular physician. And this has been ongoing throughout the pandemic, where he uses this altruistic platform, and all it does is actually put everyone else at risk. And we saw this especially toward the end of July and early August. And what happened back then? We had a spike. And I'm not saying that he caused the spike. I'm saying that you can't contribute to anything that pushes the spike up. That we as a community have to do our best to help ensure that we protect as many people as possible. Now, I know I'm on a soapbox here a little bit, right? And I'm seeing your eyes get big.
Oh no, I've just never seen this side of you.
I like it, Doc. I like it. I like it.
No, this is really important here because I felt Guam.
Guys, you know he's talking about Dr. Shea.
Back then.
Yeah.
I felt Guam tremendously. And I think everyone here knows that I'm not afraid to say when I'm wrong or when we're losing. Back in October, I said we were losing against COVID. We were losing the fight. And it was true and it was real. And it was a wake-up call to everybody. What happened after that? We turned stuff around, right? By Thanksgiving, our CAR score was below 5 and we're doing well. And part of what makes us get better is really recognizing where we need to improve. And that was very clear back in July and August in particular. And all this talks about trying to set people free and be it's not about freedom and because it's about everyone else's freedom. And that when one person is a potential risk, that we have to balance that with the community's risk. And when you lose sight of that, and when some person wants to have who is an extreme narcissist, say it again, a narcissist, by definition, will always use the soapbox they need to get that attention. And that's usually whatever's opposition to what the is the leading word and consensus amongst those who are in the position of actually making these decisions. And when you're not an expert, when you're not even the patient's primary care doctor, you don't really have a say in this. And that's what is important. We worked with this patient's primary care doctor. We've worked directly with the primary care doctor. And we sought his opinion, we sought his input. And we don't seek the opinions of non-experts unless they have a true community voice and reason that has valuable input. And without that, the words are nothing.
Right on.
Sorry.
Well,
No, don't be sorry. Don't be sorry. You know, Dr. Shea's like a broken clock. I mean, what is that? They say the broken clock's right twice a day. I mean, I get what you're saying, Doc. I do also feel that he does say a lot of things just to kind of go against whatever the administration is doing. But I mean,
But at the same time, this woman, the one that we're talking about, she did reach out to him, seeking help and seeking answers, and so
and she did that fine. Because he's speaking out, so she sees probably like, this is someone I'll go to.
Can I just remind everyone how much he's pleaded that we stop quarantining travelers? Can you imagine if we followed his opinions? I mean, this has been going on, and this is a person, and sorry, this is now, it's personal for me because he makes these memes about me. He makes memes about my position. And this affects my family. This affects all my relatives that are here on Guam, in Saipan, in the Home Mariana Islands. And frankly, I'm fed up with it. I'm absolutely fed up with it. And he needs to be called out. He keeps saying that he's been here on Guam for blah, 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 how many years. He's done all these blah, blah, blah stuff. But in the end, what has he done lately? And what does he do for the greater good? Except for his self-interest. And I'm sorry, but he needs to be called out. He's a danger to society. He's a menace to society, and he will be held accountable. This is something that is going to go to the Guam Board of Medical Examiners, his conduct and his actions, and he will be held accountable. And this is now my mission, because it threatens public safety.
Did you file the?
And the last thing
did you file the complaint already?
We will be writing a letter directly to the chair of the Guam Board of Medical Examiners. And so that's going to be a letter that's going to be drafted by myself and a few other physicians as well.
Doc, so are you filing a complaint because he made memes about you, or just about all the other things?
About setting, it's just, okay, what did Twitter do to President Trump?
I see.
Clarification, letter or complaint? Same thing?
Letter of complaint, yes.
Okay.
Letter of complaint. Right on.
Yeah.
Man, Doc, I've never seen these memes. I'm curious.
Sorry?
I've never seen these memes. Like, what do they say?
Unfortunately, I've had them one is I'm blocked from all his social media. Myself. So where I get it from, my wife forwards it to me. My mom forwards it to me. How do you think that makes me feel as a professional who's trying to do his best for this community? And then he puts stuff about how much I make, and that I should be fired or I should resign. But what people don't really understand here is that how much do you think it costs to go to medical school? How much do you think it costs to be a physician and to do the training that is necessary? And in the end, something I've resisted saying so many times here, but I'll say this: it was a pay cut to take this position, and I do it with pride, and I do it because it's important.
But Doc, I know you understand that as a public employee, like, people are free, and that's tough when people go from like private to public. But that people can talk smack about how much you make, and they can say whatever.
You saw the memes, you see what I mean. But anyway, I don't. All I'm doing is
I get what you're saying,
Yeah.
because like you said, like with issues with quarantine, you guys are just trying to protect the community, and you do have someone who is a physician going against basically what you guys are trying to do.
Yeah. But I mean, I could see, just let me play devil's advocate. I could see if he was like a physician who maybe specializes in something that's like respiratory or viruses or anything, but he's an OB-GYN, I mean.
Yeah, and we listen to many opposing opinions, and these are from people who are physicians that are very well intentioned, and we really listen to them. I'm talking about local physicians, and we listen to them. We really take their points very seriously. They're members of the physician advisory group, and we come up with a balanced recommendations for the governor, and in the end, that's what's given us the success that we have today, and we got to maintain that.
So what are you guys going to ask the Guam Board of Medical Examiners to do? Tell them to stop posting stuff on social media? I mean, what are you going to be asking them to do? Revoke his license, or what?
Only post nice things?
Well, all those are good suggestions.
You're not going to say?
No, I'm not. I mean, that's going to be ultimately up to them, but it's just going to be a letter of concern that's going to be that's going to be sent, and basically, discussing what is the the concerns that the government of Guam has in terms of public safety. We keep talking about public health, but this is more about public safety overall. And the one thing, it's sorry, I do have to leave in a minute here, but I'm just going to share this one last thing here. This picture right here that you guys see in my background, that's my dad. My dad passed away when I was 12 years old. He was the chief of police back in Saipan, but the title of the police department there is actually Department of Public Safety, and so he was the director of public safety at one point, and I hold that term very dear to my heart. And all of a sudden, I'm thrusted into this point where I'm not just majorly involved in public health. I'm actually majorly involved in public safety at this point. And I feel I have a right to speak out and a duty to speak out. And anybody that threatens that, threatens me, threatens my family, threatens you, Bree, you, Chris, and your family. And that's something that's very serious. And especially when it's done under the guise of altruism, when all of this is just maleficence.
Man, Doc, I feel for you. I feel you. I can tell that you're really upset about this. And I get what you're saying. I feel like when you got a DR attached to your name, there's a certain sense of responsibility, right? I mean, I'm not coming down one side or the other, but that's kind of your argument, is that people listen to doctors, and when you have doctors saying things that you guys feel are irresponsible, then
yeah.
Okay.
Thanks, Doc.
Thank you. Sorry, I know it was.
No, that's fine. Yeah, it's all right.
And but
So we all reach our limits, right?
Yeah.
We do, and this was my limit. I really believe, and I'm sorry it's become personal. And I try to keep a professional tone at all times. And but this is something that really can be extremely dangerous. And we know, and knowing what we've been through already, and what we can still potentially go through again. We don't have enough people vaccinated here on Guam yet. There's still so many vulnerable people that we just cannot bear this, and this type of tone cannot exist here, and we have to speak up against it. So thank you, everyone.
Thank you, Doc.
Thanks, Doc.
All right, there you go. That's Dr. Felix Cabrera. You
Be
too.
safe.
Have a good weekend. He's the Chief Medical Officer of the Department of Public Health and Social Services, and his mom loves this show. Jade, we got something here. Go ahead.
Well, okay, Joe, sir, you got me on a... Whoops. Okay, I'm going to screen share this because... and it's interesting, guys.
What
because
is it?
Okay, well, we have a stray dog. We have a stray dog.
No. I was like, what are you?
No. We have a known stray dog problem on Guam, right? And ironically, this morning, the doctor's wife had actually reached out to me because
Dr. Cabrera.
Yeah, Dr. Cabrera's wife, Lauren, and she is a nurse at GRMC, but she also is heavily involved with this organization, Heart Guam and Paws for Pets.
Right.
She is working to help the boonie dog population, of which you said, Chris, there are 60,000 of them running around. There was a donation made after she posted to her Instagram account. Apparently, there is a demand for boonie dogs in Seattle. So there is a $6,000 donation made by people in the States to foster these dogs and move them over to the Great Northwest. And Lauren is a huge animal advocate. I mean, Noah's Ark has nothing on her. I mean, but these animals, just anecdotally, are now going to find a home. These are stray boonie dogs on Guam, and they are going to find a home in the States.
Wow.
Yeah. So and look at that. These are before and after pictures of these dogs when they were found, and after they were cared for, and now they've been nursed back to health, and they're going to find happy homes in the mainland. So somebody in the States, and they were like, we have a passion for boonie dogs, and they paid $6,000. That's all the expenses are going to be to find these dogs home in the States. So thank you, Lauren. Good work.
Okay, right on. What do they use for the mange? Do you know? Because I heard the fish oil. It was good, right? You heard that?
Does that work for mange?
When you fry the fish, you use the oil from the fish that you fried, and you put it on the dog for the mange.
All I know is I gotta take my babies to go get groomed.
Well,
they are in dire need of some grooming.
And all I know is don't feed dogs octopus and don't feed them chocolate.
Yeah.
Yeah.
There you go. 8:34. Jason Solis, thank you so much for that.
Thank you. And if if you were listening to Dr. Cabrera, 14,000 Moderna vaccines arrived last night, and 21,060 Pfizer vaccines are expected to arrive hopefully today, and then 1,300 Johnson & Johnson vaccines should arrive. Those are the one and dones, probably by sometime next week.
All right, and let's go ahead and get here Mark Scott of the Guard, who they conduct the vaccination clinics, which are going to be starting back up next week, right, Mark? Good morning.
Hi, Hopper Day. Good morning, Chris and Bree, Jason, Joser, people of Guam. That's right. We're going to start up on Monday. We got some expanded hours next week to look forward to, and an extra day, which is that Monday. So the event, right, links are up. Maybe you guys can help us post that. It's also in the news and on the Guam Guard pages, Facebook and IG. We're going to be running from 10 o'clock in the morning until 5:30 p.m. For people who need their dose 2, either Pfizer or Moderna dose 2. We understand that since we were out the past week or so, there's going to be a backlog.
Yeah.
So rest assured to the people that these Eventbrite links fill up, we're still going to accept walk-ins, but just at a limited rate per hour, so about 15 per hour. But feel free to come on in and get your dose 2 only next week.
Yeah, I think we've got our scan and plan graphic. It's up for people who want to just scan that link or that QR code, excuse me, and then it'll take you to where you need to go to start making your appointments.
Yeah, thanks for that, Bree. It's pretty user-friendly. I've gone through it myself just to test it out. It only takes maybe 3 or 4 minutes just to put in your name, an email address, so that when you register, it'll send you your ticket. Just bring that with you next week with some ID. Make sure that you're dose 2, and we'd like to get you vaccinated.
Mark, so what are we doing to kind of ensure we don't end up short and out of vaccines like we were for the last week with this latest batch?
All right, so as you just heard from the good doctor, we've got a shipment in of the Moderna and the Pfizer is expected today, which brings our total for the month of March all the way to 35,000, with more expected from Johnson & Johnson. So we look at the capacity of our clinics to vaccinate people and the amount that we've gotten for this month of March. We're going to have to do the math together with public health and make sure, that we meter out the dosage properly and we don't run short, especially for folks who might have already made an appointment. We want to avoid that this time for sure. But it looks like we're going to have more than enough this month. Hopefully we don't run into that.
There was something that was in the release regarding people who are 70 years and older. Are they going to be allowed to? Yeah, they're going to be moved to the front of the line, right? Armanumco.
That's correct.
Yeah.
So we have some services for accessibility too, for any folks, especially over 70 who need that assistance. We have the GRTA van, we got a golf cart, we have some wheelchairs, thank you, from Guam Memorial Hospital for that. And if you're a patient over 70 or you're with someone over 70, just kindly let us know. We're out there in the parking lot, we're out there at the checkpoint where you come in. Just say, hey, I got grandma, grandpa here, they're 70, or if you are, and they'll make sure that we relay that message and just come right into the front. We'll front load you.
Okay. Yeah, that's good to hear because we don't want to have any issues like at the beginning, right, when our Manumco were out there in the hot sun and things like that.
Yeah, you're right, Bree. And I'd like to say another thing, too, if I could, about having issues at the beginning. Since we understand there's maybe 6,000 to 7,000 people who missed out over this past week, we'd like to try to encourage people, if you want to avoid the longest wait times of the day, we're going to ask you to avoid lining up early. So even though we're opening at 10 o'clock, if there's a line going around UOG with 1,000 people at 8 or 9 o'clock, it's going to create some wait times for the people out there. So we understand, there's a lot of folks who are overdue, and you want to be in there as soon as you can to get that dose too. But I got to say that it's probably not going to help to create a long line before the opening gate, just because we can only process so many per hour, and that will increase everyone's wait time. So feel free to come visit us if you're a walk-in. Come in the afternoon. It doesn't all have to be Monday morning, and we'll make it go as smooth as possible with your help.
Mark, when you have people registering with the Eventbrite, do you guys have any situation where you're sitting there with the leftover vaccine at the end of the thing that you just got to use?
We don't have that problem, Chris, because of our walk-ins. They're always kind of there, always ready. We haven't, actually, we went over 100% for the month of February. You guys might have heard that. Of all the vaccines that we were given, we kind of surprised Operation Warp Speed by reporting a number of like 101 or over 100%. And that's because we're able to take every last drop out of those vials and put them into arms. At the UOG clinic, that means that our walk-ins that are there toward the end of the day, they're getting vaccinated and we're not throwing anything out.
Okay, you good? Anything?
Yeah. Was there anything else?
Is Dr. Shea bullying you?
No, I know Dr. Shea, and he's a good guy. Too bad he's a Packers fan. One day he'll be a Jets fan like the rest of us cool people. But no, he does what he thinks is best for the community, and we appreciate that.
Right on, Mark. Thank you.
Thanks, Mark.
Yeah, thanks, people
All right.
as well. Yep, thank you guys too. All right, and we'll see you next Monday, 10 o'clock.
Hooah! Let's go. Let's get it, man. Let's get these shots into these arms. The arms
Operation
are
Break
malaguer.
Guam, baby.
There you go. Okay, right on.
Right.
That's right on. Man, Dr. Cabrera's mom just commented, guys. Yay to my son. Blue heart, thumbs up, blow kiss. There you go. Nice lady. Ran into her at Payless. Really nice lady. What happened though? How did Dr. Cabrera just curve and start? Was he getting mad? What'd you ask him?
I just asked him about the story that we did yesterday regarding the woman who went to a private clinic to get tested, and she got one of the rapid tests, and it was positive, her and her children, but her children were negative.
Right.
So she wanted to get another test, and so she went to another private clinic that same day, and it was a PCR test. The following afternoon, it was negative, and then she went and got another test to make sure, and again, and it was negative. And so, in the interim, public health says you're in isolation, and she was basically like concerned, like, why am I in isolation when I've got 2 negative tests, and it's a false positive. And so then that just kind of went into
Because Dr. Shea was like
right, helping the woman,
helping her, and so he wrote a bunch of letters. I think he wrote a bunch of letters, right? Didn't he write one to the speaker?
Yeah, he
to the
did write
governor.
letters. Yeah, and then I think there's also a lawsuit that's been filed.
Wow,
Yeah.
because he's been consistently posting about these Binax Now tests, and he's been
But
saying.
I don't think I'm not even sure if the test that he took at the woman took at the private clinic was
the Binax.
Right.
But I'm just saying that Dr. Shea has been posting a lot about the Binax Now tests and saying that they give out a lot of false positives, which I don't know, because we've been using the Binax Now and we're getting virtually like no positives. So.
Right, and then he has been vocal.
Yeah.
He has been advocating also for transparency, and things like that. He's not part of the physicians advisory group. He's been advocating for people to be able to watch and hear and see, what's happening. Have you seen memes that he's made?
I just saw the one you showed me.
Yeah, I don't know if he made that though.
Right, right.
So.
Yeah.
But they feel
and
he's gone too far.
Yeah,
and enough's enough, and we'll see what happens.
And I could see, and like I said with the broken clock thing, there's definitely parts of this pandemic that you can criticize all day. I mean, there are. I'm sorry that it wasn't a perfect response, and so I think he got a lot of. He's to me, Dr. Shea is one of these guys who kind of sticks his finger in the air and figures like, oh, that's what people are saying. Well, let me go and say that, because remember, in the beginning, he was saying close down the island, right? And then it went from close down the island to then he was saying do away with the quarantine. So yeah, there's parts of the pandemic that people can criticize, and he has criticized parts of the pandemic that a lot of people agree with. Didn't make sense, you know what I mean? And so people do listen to what he has to say. And I don't know how much of it is they listen to what he has to say because he's being critical of things that a lot of people think are being done wrong, or if they listen to what he has to say because he's got a white coat, or is it both? I don't know. So we'll follow that. I mean, I'm not even sure what would the Guam Board of Examiners do, because it kind of sounds like Dr. Cabrera is trying to make the argument that Dr. Shea is jeopardizing public safety with these Facebook posts that he puts out.
Yeah, I mean, Dr. Shea, when has he not been vocal, right? I mean, when there was a fundraiser by our public health authority on the day that bars were reopened, I mean, he said, what is that about? You know what I mean? And then he went and made his own donation, not to this political fundraiser, but to gain a worthy cause.
No, that's what I'm saying. Everyone was saying that. Nobody was like, oh, yay, go have a good fundraiser, right on. No one was saying that. Everyone was like, what the hell are you thinking? Look, this. And yeah, so people agree with him. That's what I'm saying, is like he says stuff that some people agree with. He says sometimes things that a lot of people agree with, and then other times.
But it all boils down to, as Dr. Cabrera was saying, public safety.
Right on. 8:45. Here's who's coming up on the show, guys. I think we're getting John Beneventi, who is the
general manager of the Guam Power Authority.
Thank you. Yeah. The general manager of the Guam Power Authority, because there was a tip that actually our next guest, Senator Joanne Brown, had received. And Senator Joanne Brown, she ran on this platform of corruption, as in, like, you know, she's going to fight it. And so I guess that means people give her a lot of tips. Senator, good morning.
Hi, Chris. How are you?
We're doing pretty good. Good.
No, I was just going to say, your phones, have they been like ringing off the hook, or you've got like a lot of mail coming through?
Well, I guess unexpectedly. I mean, we're a pretty small office, but certainly in this short time that we've been, I mean, we're only beginning our third month. But yes, I mean, you know, you run into people in different places, and now people are, you know, mailing things to us, or they call, and, you know, of course, they don't want to identify themselves, but, you know, they may want to relay what issues or concerns they have involving government of Guam agencies. And, you know, I guess I can only assume, because again, I don't know necessarily who the individual is that's providing the source of the information, but, you know, in some cases, to what degree we can, we try to verify if there's validity. I mean, if they mention someone's name, you know, we check, does these individuals even work in a department or agency? And then from there, we'll forward it to the respective oversight chair, because they have, you know, more regular engagement with the heads of these departments or agencies, and have them determine if it's something that they want to pursue or they see any validity to it. Because of course, it's very easy to make allegations, and, you know, sometimes people out there want to just make somebody else's life uncomfortable and may, you know, try to use this as a mechanism. But our main focus is on concern, obviously, in our public capacity, is just wanting to make sure government of Guam agencies and all our public officials are acting responsibly, you know, in the performance of their duties.
So you got, I want to just, I don't know how many other tips you received, but so you received the tip about the airport, that was airport officers, that was weeks ago. It was forwarded to Senator Amanda Shelton. Then, you know, we hear about you received an anonymous letter regarding GPA employees, and you forwarded that to Senator Clint Rigel. Have you received any other letters, phone calls regarding allegations of illegal gambling?
So far, those have been the key ones that we have received so far. And, you know, much to my surprise, I really didn't even know that this was an issue, you know, in the government of Guam. But apparently it's kind of blown up that, you know, it's extending, like it has tentacles that are extending to other operations in the government. And I think that's unfortunate. You know, to begin with, I mean, gambling is not something that our people on Guam, at least in the opportunity and the times they've had to vote on it, have voted in favor of it. But then to have any awareness that, our public employees that, during their working hours, you're expecting them to perform their respective duties and responsibilities, maybe engaging in this type of gambling activity during working hours. It's very disheartening and discouraging to hear that. I mean, especially, anytime, but especially now when there are many people in our community that have reduced work hours or lost their jobs as a result of this pandemic. And I think sometimes we get a little too settled and a little too comfortable once we get in our operation, and we kind of forget what our responsibilities are, that, we're engaging in this kind of nonsense during working hours. And that's just not acceptable. And I think as time goes on, this shield that has been put on the rest of the government of Guam, of not holding other public officials accountable to the level of scrutiny and expectation that our people expect. I certainly see and hear it when I'm out there. I mean, even though, this last election was not as one-on-one engaging because of the pandemic, but, people still relate to me. They run into me at the, the grocery store or wherever, the post office, and relay their concerns and frustrations about not being able to get the responses and services from the government. And I kind of forgot in the years I've been out of office how many people gravitate towards the legislature, asking us, to kind of interface and represent their issues of concerns to government and Guam agencies, because they're not getting the response back, good or bad, whatever the message is, but they don't feel that the government is responsive to them, and they're trying to ask us for assistance to help them, even though it doesn't fall within our legislative responsibilities.
Yeah, Senator,
but, you're wondering, why is there a need to do that? Why can't our people go directly to these government and Guam department and agencies and get the response and assistance that they need? And then you hear this kind of stuff going on in the government, and that's very bothersome.
We did... I guess you could say is just have a WhatsApp conversation back and forth with Senator Amanda Shelton regarding the situation when it first came out about the airport. And, she didn't seem like she was going to hold an oversight hearing, but kind of like just stand back and watch and see how this investigation kind of progresses. And if needed, she would call one, I guess. But do you, if you were in the majority, if you had oversight authority
of the airport or the port or GPA or any...
would you call an oversight hearing, or do you feel that it would be better appropriate to just wait and see how this all plays out?
Well, I don't doubt that there's a need for the respective authorities to do their investigation, but I certainly would want, from a policy standpoint, to question these department and agencies as to what their policies and procedures are, and what are they implementing with regards to their, responsibilities in operation, and were they even aware of it as the head of these department or agencies? I mean, sometimes, of course, things can be happening. I've been a head of a department and agencies where, sometimes you're the last to know, right? But I think those things need to be brought to light, because I'm going to want to know what if they were not aware that if these things were happening, what are they doing now a little differently to make sure that there's accountability in the operations of the government. And as I mentioned, there's too many shields that are put on the rest of government of Guam operations. Government has been, how I look at it, and this is now, goodness, except for my 2 years out, I'm on my 33rd year now. I very much see the government as least accountable to the people, because the processes and protections that we put in place, and the secrecy and the, leaving it behind the closed doors, and we can't comment on this and we can't comment on that, really makes the government less accountable and less responsive to the people that we're supposed to be serving. And it's out of reach for most people now. That's why, goodness, if you have something you need with the government of Guam, sometimes good luck, because how do you ensure accountability? How do you ensure the delivery of service? How do you ensure responsiveness when you have a system set up that almost does everything to prevent that from being possible? And I just don't think that's how government should work. I really think we need to change how some of these operations are so that people feel that sense of responsibility. I've been in public life for many years, and so I kind of understand that comes with the territory, that visibility of who you are and what you're doing or what you're not doing. People see it. But they don't see that for the bulk of the government, the rest of the body of the government that's supposed to be on a daily basis working in their interest. They don't know who most of these people are, and in most cases they're not held responsible. And even when they are, it's very difficult. And Sabrina, as you know, in some of your interviews, it's very difficult to even get any information because, that's, that they can't reveal that information, especially when it's regarding personnel matters. And And yet some of these offenses that have been committed and some of these things that have cost our people, a lot of money, you don't hear about it. It's not talked about. It's like some big sacred, secrecy. And I just don't think that's how our government should be. I think the more open it is, the more transparent it is, the more accountable it's going to be, because everybody can, has the eyes and ears to see what's going on with their government, rather than this existing structure where you're hearing, particularly, those that are in law enforcement, those that have that additional layer of power and that additional layer of responsibility that comes with it, that might be using and abusing those positions and the power that they have, the power that's been given to them by the people. And they're, we don't know who they are. We can't talk about it. We can't comment. We can't this. We can't that. It's all the things we can't do, instead of ensuring that these people are responsible. And because they don't feel that level of scrutiny, they do as they do. Good luck if you catch me. I'm going to bide my time till I retire. And I just don't think that's the kind of level of responsive government and accountable government that we need, and that most people that I run into unexpectedly will come up to me and approach me with regards to their frustrations, with their own government that they see and experience.
I mean, but what was, I feel like maybe Senator Shelton doesn't want to come out too hard because she obviously has some gambling in her background. And so for her to come out and say, hey, Bubba, no gambling, don't gamble online, go gamble at the game room. It's just not a good look, I guess. I mean, because I was kind of like, oh, first of all, it was so hard to get a response from her. And then when we did get one, it was kind of this like, oh, there's an investigation, so we're just going to let that play out. But I mean, investigation, now we're hearing that the feds are looking into this whole thing, Senator.
Well, I mean, if that's the case, I heard from reports. I don't know. I mean, if the FBI were doing investigations, and I've been obviously running agencies where, I've been approached by the FBI with regards to work that they're doing or things that they're investigating with operations. And that's generally not my dynamic to go out and issue a press release about the work that they're doing. I kind of feel if the FBI is going to do an investigation and they're going to make an announcement on what they're doing, I'm sure they can do that on their own. But if that is indeed the case, then, so be it. I guess we'll wait and see where that will lead. If these type of things are happening in the government, and, we're hearing it's not just a few dollars here or there for lunch money and, amusement, when you're talking about organized gambling, and it be it occurring online or whatever the case may be, where money's being transacted, that's obviously not something that we've allowed to be legal here in our community. And when you have public officials, and people always think it's the visible ones, the governor, the legislature, your mayor from your village or whatever, and public officials to me is anyone and everyone that's working and receiving a paycheck from the people of Guam. Is engaging in this, and then, having the time to do it during working hours. You got to wonder what the heck is going on. Where are these supervisors?
Maybe that's why they're not answering the phone.
I don't know. Maybe that's the case. I have no idea. But those are the type of things that those structures are put in place to make sure, that's why they get paid the big bucks at the higher level, to be looking in and making sure that their people are properly performing their duties during working hours. And hey, you're not going to know everything, but by all means, when you find out about it, then by all means, you should be taking appropriate action. The fact that this is coming from the outside into department agencies, you got to wonder what's going on in that department and agency, that these issues are not being brought to light, or it's all hush hush and it's all undercover. That the leadership and management is not catching it and becoming aware of it on their own. Why is it outside factors that have to be the one, or outside forces have to be the one to bring these issues to light? I mean, that seems to be very, very, unusual. Why is that the case? I think those are the questions we should be asking with regard. And it's not just the head of the department or agency, it's all the supervisory levels, moving up and down the system. Who's keeping track of what our people are doing during working hours? And, you want to do a good faith system that everyone's being responsible and that they're doing their job. And hey, I know there are a lot of good people that keep things moving here in our government, but there's always that, in the barrel, there's always a few of those bad apples, those bad players that are engaging in things they're not supposed to be doing during, their working time when they're supposed to be doing their job, that make it look bad for everybody. But how come those people are not being tracked? How come these things are not coming up within that department or agency leadership to bring these issues to light? And of course, address corrective action so that we have the responsive government we're supposed to be having. I'm really getting the impression, Chris, things get really laid back. It's just like, hey, whatever, it's another week, it's another month. Lana, I'm out driving my Guam truck and, I drive it all over. Nobody's keeping track of me. Why is that the case in our government? Why aren't we requiring that? Because I know as a legislator, I'm not going in and running a department or agency. But those that are, I think have a greater level of responsibility when these things come to surface to try and address corrective action, especially when it's brought to light. So that they can get things on track. Because that's all I hear. I hear it more now this time around being in elective office than I did 26 years ago when I first ran. I hear it more. I hear the frustrations of our people more with regards to government operations and the lack of the level and the quality of service that they want to see. And I just think we got some people that are taking a lot for granted. To be able to have a good, decent job, to be able to have health care, do the things you need to take care of your family, that to me is a big plus. And I think some people just kind of take it for granted because they got that. And then they're looking at their plate saying, hey, I want even more. I want to be doing other things that they shouldn't be doing, in their official capacity. And, what are you saying to us? What are you saying to the public when you do stuff like that? Especially some of these concerns for me, lately in law enforcement. You got to nod your head and go, what's going on here?
Yeah.
Well, thank you, Senator Brown.
Yeah, we got to run because we got John Beneventi on line one.
So, Senator Brown.
No problem. It's always good to talk to John, but thank you very much.
Senator Brown, what's the phone number for the Legislative Committee on Crackdown on Corruption?
Well, we're certainly working on that. We're working on the process and, to put that in place. As I mentioned, I did have discussions with with our speaker, Terlahi, with regards to that matter. I'm hoping to be able to sit down with her in the near future to go over that and get her blessing and her concurrence. So we actually could create that committee so that there's something beyond just an individual senatorial perspective here, and actually have a committee that has input from different members of the legislature that can be assigned to that to address this. Because what we are seeing, what we are feeling, and maybe this gambling issue is just one factor that significant now that we're finding it's maybe extending to a number of other government and Guam department and agencies, is that there definitely is a need for a committee on corruption and a place where people that have information that they want to be able to provide. Of course, we have to vet it, make sure there's some legitimacy to it. But, eventually it'll lead you in the direction. If it's legitimate information, it's going to lead you to the source of where it's coming from. That we need to have something in place so that our people, our employees, are a lot of good employees. And I don't doubt that probably the information we are getting is probably within that circle of employees from those department or agencies that have knowledge of what's going on, but have no other means of getting it out, or if they go up through their own management process, probably will get blacklisted or harassed, or hey, you're the source of snitching on this information, and then those people's lives become a little uncomfortable.
So what's your office number, Senator? That's what Bree really meant.
I have to look it up. Do I even call my office? I mean, I actually have it on my phone, Chris. I have to look it up and tell you what it is. But I'll forward that to you so you can have your listeners call in the number. Sorry, I don't call my office very often.
Right on, I can understand. Yeah, you need to get a catchy number like 477 Corruption Buster.
I wish so, but I'll WhatsApp it to you in a minute or two.
Thank you.
I just have to pull it up. But you asked me a question now I can't answer. What is my office number? Because I don't call myself.
Now people are going to turn this.
The directory. If you look up the Guam Legislature, my number's there, and I'll WhatsApp it to you so you can announce it to you.
Maybe I'll WhatsApp it to you first.
Okay, no problem.
All right, Senator.
You guys take care and have a good weekend.
You too, have a good weekend.
All right.
Okay, right on. Senator Joanne Brown. Yeah, she's getting complaints, guys. People want to send her things. They want to tell her things because she comes on and, making a good case for what she's doing. Isn't that crazy, though, that you can just run on one issue, corruption, and get a seat in the legislature? It kind of tells you what people are thinking of our local government. 902, let's head to the phones where we have the General Manager of the Guam Power Authority, Mr. John Beneventi. Good morning, John. Thanks for holding.
No problem, Chris. Good morning.
Okay, Chris and Sabrina, it's the link. Bree, I know you just wanted to get right into it.
Yeah, I just want to get it out of the way because it is kind of fresh and actually concerning. You got the letter from Senator Clint Riddell yesterday. It was based on an anonymous letter sent to Senator Joanne Brown regarding allegations that supervisors, employees over at GPA are gambling online and also while working. What's your response to that letter? Are you going to do any sort of an investigation or put it to the side?
First of all, Sabrina, all internal audit or anonymous tips and everything go through an investigation. We don't put it aside here at the GPA. No, I'd like to note that right out front. So yes, I did receive the copy of the complaint yesterday, and I immediately forwarded it to our internal audit team, which are now looking at all that the allegations that were made. And again, similarly, there is a due process that we have to go through, and it all begins with the internal auditor, who will do an independent evaluation of all of this, and of course report to myself, and also the CCU audit committee chairperson, which is again involved in all of this internal audit issues that we have. So yes, we will be looking at it. And again, we have to go through the due process before I can say yes or no to any of those other, whether it's true or not, all of that. Again, that's something we have to look at. But I can assure you that we take all these things very seriously here, including drugs, and all those type of scenarios. And we have, we do take action as appropriate for the different offenses. Under our, most especially under service rules, personnel rules and regulations, which are actually kind of a code of ethics, for our employees.
Mr. Beneventi, so what is the existing GPA policy on, is there a policy on gambling while on duty, or is it covered under some other rule and reg?
Inappropriate type of action, and that certainly will be covered in one of the it may not be as specific as that, but it's covered under a general section of the personnel rules and regulations. So definitely gambling during working hours, online gambling during working hours, all those issues that are being brought to the forefront, those are, yes, issues that we need to address.
Have you heard anything from the federal authorities regarding this?
No, I've heard nothing.
But this is the first time you've heard of any sort of allegations of this nature? Or were you just, when you received the anonymous letter, that was probably, it was CC'd to you?
No, the Senator Rigel is the one that actually wrote to me.
Right.
And with the letter.
Right, so you did get a copy of the actual letter.
I immediately sent to our internal audit.
I actually have it. I'm going to go ahead and read it out. Is that
again,
okay?
I'm not going to go through about each of the personnel, mentioning names, all of those different things. But really, to me, Chris, those should be confidential, at least until there's some due process.
Of course, right, yeah.
So from my end, I'm not going to get into that. Okay, the letter is already out there. I didn't put it out there, and that's fine. But be as it may, I'm not going to go into the details of that.
Of course,
that's something that in all fairness to the employees, who are there, I need to give them due process, before I say anything, because that's at least in all fairness to my whole entire team.
Of course.
That's all I'm asking. Is that I'm not going to go through the.
Oh, we wouldn't announce the names, sir. Of course not.
But this is only geared toward looking at GPA, right? But do you plan on looking into possibly GWA? Because you guys are consolidated, right?
I would pass it on to. I'm sure that I will discuss it with my sister company, because I'm in charge of power.
Right.
And Miguel Bedalio is in charge of water. So I will mention it to him. And of course, he'll probably take a look also with his entity as to what's happening.
John, I just want to know, and it's a little early, right? But at the conclusion of the investigation, what will be done with the findings if it's determined that there was gambling while on duty? Is there going to be a disciplinary action within the department, or is this going to be something that's going to be sent up to maybe the Guam Police Department or the AG's office?
No, this is a disciplinary action on the part of the agency. Disciplinary action could include anywhere from, and again, I'm not saying this is what it is right now, right? But it could include anywhere from a warning, suspension, long-term suspension, immediate dismissal, all of that. But then the process is such, Chris, is that we do the investigation. The IA determines, makes its recommendation to myself, and then we do what you call propose disciplinary action, which we then provide that to the employee. Then the employee has 10 days to respond to that. Then after we respond to that, then they have a one-on-one meeting with myself, and I make a decision as to, and provide them a response within 10 days afterward as to my proposed action, which could be any one of what I mentioned. And then after that, if they don't agree with my action or believe that they were unduly, decided, the action was decided upon, then they can at that point take it to the Civil Service Commission. But there is that set process for this type of action within our entity with dated timelines. No,
right.
The only part that takes may take a little bit of time, but again, I'm not saying is the immediate investigation by the IA, which will be the basis of me providing a proposed adverse action or not. No.
Yeah, John, I wanted to ask about during the pandemic. Yeah, there were certain agencies that never stopped working, that were reporting to work. What divisions were reporting physically? Right, employees were reporting physically to work at GPA.
Actually, first of all, because the pandemic is unprecedented even for ourselves. It's not like a typhoon or anything that we're used to. Everything has a standard operating procedure and all of that. So, of course, the first personnel group that are reporting to work are all of those power plant operators and maintenance personnel as needed to address the different concerns. No, also the 24/7 T&D personnel that address the trouble call that comes in 24 hours in the day, so that we fix that. And then there's also, we have to bring in other personnel, right? How do we safely protect our employees from contacting COVID-19? And we also have other teams that to determine what is the best course of action we need. Determine alternative plans. For example, those that are operating the power plants, there's like 30 or 50 of them. They're the only ones that could operate that power plant. So we looked at conditions such as preparing to sequester them so that we can have enough personnel operating the plant. So we had a whole bunch of people. I think maybe we may say maybe 15 to 20%.
So were HR staff reporting physically to work?
Yeah, they were.
Were procurement personnel reporting physically to work?
Some of them were, and some will be. After a while, we started teleworking. No?
What about customer service? Were they physically reporting to work?
For the period of time that remember we were closed from March all the way up to May. That's the period of time that the front offices were closed to customers. So again, some of them will report to work and do their calling and different things, because again, we didn't just shut down the whole agency. We had to begin to contact our customers, address the different concerns they have and all of that. So, there'll be some teleworking from home and some that will come into the office. But we had to set up the whole procedure here so that all entries in one area, set up all the testing, all of the CDC guidelines, and do all of that. So again, that's the process. So you, off the top of my head, maybe 15% or so will be at work in any one day. But that's about all. Until we open up in May, and then most, maybe 85 to 90% were coming into work, and the balance were working under teleworking. No?
Right. All right. Thanks, John.
Yeah,
I
John.
think Chris did you have anything?
No, I just wanted to say that so they got the double pay, so I heard that they're betting big with that gambling thing.
He's just joking.
I'm just teasing, John.
Yeah, okay. I'm sorry. Thank you, Chris, for not wanting to go through that. I appreciate that.
Okay, John, appreciate it.
All right.
Thank you. Right on. John Beneventi, Guam Power Authority General Manager, says that currently there's an IA. Yeah, they have internal affairs at GPA. There's an IA investigation ongoing currently. We did receive a copy of that letter. You're right, Bree. It's got a bunch of names in it. But this gambling thing, which again, the issue is not, I mean, I don't know if the issue is the gambling, but it's largely that people are doing it on the job.
Right.
And that
using
also
the government computers.
Using government computers, winning money that we're hearing they're just not paying taxes on, and that's why.
Yeah. So just so people, if you didn't catch the story that we talked about and wrote this morning, that according to the anonymous letter, the writer alleges that the investigation should start in GPA's HR department. Quote, "This is very disgusting because these are HR staff that have access to employee records and contact information." The anonymous writer added, quote, "This gambling group is going on also at other sections in GPA like customer service and procurement division. This behavior has to stop in our government, and these employees need to make their priority to work for the people and earn their high pay and not working to organize gambling," end quote. So that was the anonymous letter that was sent to Senator Joanne Brown. Senator Joanne Brown sent that anonymous letter over to Senator Clint Ridgell, who has oversight over utilities. Senator Ridgell yesterday sent a letter and CC'd that anonymous letter to Mr. Beneventi, requesting that he look into this. And he also forwarded his letter to the Attorney General's office.
Right, and then yesterday, the Port Authority of Guam had come out with a release saying that they were made aware of a federal investigation and that a couple of the port police officers were part of this online gambling app. And, you know, that was interesting what Senator Brown had said, because I didn't really think about it until this morning. But the port GM, Roy Respicio, basically in that press release, kind of like announced to the world that the FBI is investigating this because he said he was made aware of a federal investigation. And
yeah, here's the direct quote. "We have just been made aware that several of our port police officers are allegedly involved in an illegal gambling matter that currently is the subject of an FBI investigation." Right. "We are conducting our own administrative review, and because this involves a personnel matter, we are unable to comment further at this time."
Right. And so I thought it was interesting what Senator Brown had said about the Port GM press releasing the FBI's activities to the island. I mean, I didn't really see it that way, but I can kind of see like, hey, everybody, the FBI's investigating this. If you're doing this online gambling app, you better start covering your tracks. But it is what it is. I mean, if he didn't say it, then the media would have been like, "Oh, why didn't you say something?" So, but then again, we hear so much that people can't say anything because it's under investigation. So, it is what it is.
Right, and the port actually was not one of the agencies that was mentioned in the Civil Service Commission documents that were related to the airport officer that was terminated. He had established his own gambling group, online gambling group, which involved, I think it was over 250 individuals in his group alone. And, you know, it mentioned other airport police officers, other airport police officers, Guam firefighters, Superior Court marshals, National Guard members, and some private businesses, and some people on and off island.
So I wonder, during the judiciary oversight hearing, because you watched it, did you know if they?
I didn't watch the whole thing.
I didn't watch the whole thing either. I wonder if it was asked of the court, like, hey, do you have anybody who's involved with this gambling thing? Because you're right, they did mention the marshals and the.
Yeah, and I don't think so, because I think that was specifically towards what was being alleged in the court cases of Mark Mayo and former mayor, Junior Mayor Jesse Blas.
Yeah. I mean, they didn't really answer any questions during the hearing yesterday, so I don't know if it would have mattered if it was asked. And it was funny because when this first came out and I heard airport cops, I messaged the Port GM, Roy Respicio, and I said, hey, do you have any statement on whether or not Port Police are involved with this? Just because, by assumption, when reading the Civil Service Commission documents, the appeal of Jericho Santos, he did mention different agencies and 249 other people who were in this gambling group. So I kind of thought, oh, if airport cops are involved, all the cops are all like buddies, you know what I mean? You get GPDs, buddies with the airport cops, buddies with the port cops. So I asked Rory, I said, hey, any port, do you have a statement on the Port Police being involved? And he was like, well, no, I don't.
What I thought also was interesting was, were they allegedly doing this all during the pandemic? You know what I mean? Because if they were gambling on the job, then you would think that, okay, so are these all, and I really hate to say it, but like frontliners, the essential employees, if it was occurring during the pandemic.
Because people who were working during the pandemic, maybe there wasn't, unless you're, frontline, right? Because there's like frontline and then there's like frontline, where you're like a doctor or a nurse or whatever. And then you got some other, for example, like Port Police. Well, they never shut down though, so maybe they were working. But good point, Bree. 9:20. Let's move into the KUAM News Zoom room where we're juggling a little bit. Jay, we're going to actually get Peggy on real quick because, well, she's Peggy and ladies first. Good morning, Peggy Denny of iRecycle.
Unmute.
Peggy.
Yep.
There she is.
Hi, Peggy. I'm good on my end. I pressed all the right buttons this time.
No, she is talking.
Peggy, can you talk? Yeah. Oh, man.
Oh, man.
Oh, man.
Try to pull out the headphones.
Peggy, try pulling out the headphones.
Yeah, and Peggy, try just take it out.
Try just unplugging the headphones
from the phone entirely, if you can.
Oh, I hear something.
Can you hear me?
There.
Yes, we can hear you.
Oh, awesome.
Right on. Peggy,
yes.
So, good morning.
Good morning.
Let's just get right into it because I know you guys are so busy, very busy, so the busiest. But so there was an interview we did with Larry Gast, and he was talking about like the state of recyclables and how China, and this is something we have talked about before, but how it's just not lucrative to recycle, and so we're sitting on a bunch of recyclables that have been collected. I'm presuming a lot of them have been collected by you and your people, mostly you, because I see you out separating trash all the time, right? So let's just start there. Go ahead.
But Chris, I'm focusing on aluminum.
Okay.
And aluminum is still, next to copper and brass, aluminum is probably our most valuable recyclable.
Right.
And so for the iRecycle program, we're in the process of filling our 21st shipping container, and we ship it to the West Coast via Matson, one of our partners.
Yeah.
And so we're still working very aggressively.
Nice.
Plastics haven't been something that iRecycle has focused on as far as raising money for the schools. That was just something that I added to the recyclables for events. So we would do aluminum cans and plastics 1 and 2 and metal cans and food waste and cardboard and all that, trying to divert as much waste from the events as possible.
Right.
But iRecycle focuses on aluminum beverage cans.
Nice. So that's great.
Yeah.
So that's why you're still so busy.
Yes. And also I started writing a weekly column for the PDN about 6 weeks ago, and it has generated somewhere between 30 and 40 emails and phone calls and WhatsApp messages, primarily from people who have bags of cans
Nice.
that they need help with getting to schools. So I've probably picked up close to 150 bags of cans and taken them to schools from Santa Rita to Jigo, and it's been awesome.
Wow.
So I'm really thrilled with that.
So I mean, I know you're good with the aluminum cans, but on the plastics and the issue that Larry was kind of talking about, what do you think is the way forward on that if we're not able to ship these off and make money off of them?
Well, I mean, we have a few options. First of all, I think I want to encourage people to reduce their generation of single-use plastics. Okay, I mean, gosh, we have some plastic bottles and straws and plastic packaging that is maybe used for a few seconds or a few minutes and now has to end up in the landfill. So aggressively striving to reduce that can make a huge difference. We also have the Micronesia Climate Change Alliance group, which is recycling plastics 2 and 5. So we can take plastics to them. They're in Harmon, right in the same building as Micronesia Renewable Energy. They have purchased machines from preciousplastic.com that shred, extrude, inject, and compress plastics. And so they're making some pretty cool things from that. Bob Perrin at Mr. Rubbishman Guahan Waste Control, they've brought in a gentleman by the name of Dave Lohr, who has decades of experience with plastics, to see what our options are as far as diverting plastics from the landfill and making things out of them. And then there's also going to be part of the Guam Green Growth program or plan is to set up a maker space so that individuals can make things out of plastics. So that's another option.
Wow.
So I think it's really a matter of trying to generate less and then do more with what we can.
Well, what about waste to energy incineration, Peggy? You know, Larry was kind of saying that, hey, we're sitting on these mountains of plastic and I don't want them going in the landfill, so why don't we like zap them with waste to energy?
Well, I don't quite agree with that, but I think it's going to require a tremendous amount of research. And I mean, granted, there are places like Japan where they have a huge population, a dense population. They have shortage of land. They have the wherewithal to implement and strictly enforce regulations regarding separation. And then they have the incineration, which for them, I think is appropriate. I'm not there yet for Guam. So that's where I stand right now.
Do you feel like what is your opposition to it? Is you just feel like our ecosystem is too fragile to introduce something like that, or you're just not done with all the research?
Yeah, I mean, I really think that we have to do our utmost worldwide to protect the environment, and I'm not convinced that incineration is a good way to go.
Well, there you go. Okay, so
But that's my opinion.
oh yeah, that's fine. We just wanted to get you on to kind of get our finger on the pulse of recyclables on Guam, and so I know you're really busy. I feel like you've pretty much covered all the bases. Anything in closing?
Just give people my number, 483-9415. If they have bags of cans and they need assistance with them, then please call me, because I'm happy to pick them up and take them to any school or a school of their choice. Right. And also one more thing, you still can put metal cans in the curbside recycling. That kind of got overlooked in the article in the newspaper, and we should recycle all that scrap metal as much as we possibly can. There's no need for that to be going into the landfill.
Right on, Peggy. When you talk about collecting cans, you take me back, because me and my cousins, we used to collect cans, and we used to put them in my Uncle Raymond's truck and take them up here to Island. Where's it? It was right by
Island Equipment?
It was right by where that Jeep crashed into Jerry Kitchen.
Island Equipment?
Yeah, Island Equipment. Yeah. We would go from Melissa with 10, 15 bags of aluminum cans, take them up there, they would weigh it, and then me and my cousins would split all the money and, buy McDonald's or something stupid.
Hey, Peggy. Hey, Peggy, this is Jason. I got one even better. My grandmother actually used to have my cousins and me. We would actually gather up the old soda bottles, the glass ones.
Yeah. We did that too.
And we would take those in, yeah.
So, people throw shade on our generation and say that, we're the reason why things are the way they are today. Not all of us. Not all of us.
Not all of us by any means. Also, one final thing.
Yeah.
Guam Waste Control, Mr. Rubbishman, has purchased a glass pulverizer, and it is going to be up and running in about 30 days. And they will be pulverizing glass to be used as a partial substitute for limestone and base course for road construction.
Nice.
And also the fines, the sand for bedding glass, and bedding pipes, and there's lots of other uses. So that's an exciting development as well.
Anything that's called a pulverizer is an exciting development to me.
Yeah.
Thank you, Peggy.
That's right.
We'll see you. God
All right,
bless
Chris,
you and your work.
Thanks so much.
All right, of course.
Have a wonderful day.
Stay busy, always. There you go. Peggy Denny, I Recycle, 929. Let's take a break, guys, and we're coming back with the chairman of the Republican Party of Guam, Juan Carlos Benitez, next, right here on The Link.
The relationship between Guam and Manila, Philippines is undeniable as we share similar cultural traditions, history, and heritage, with generations of Filipinos calling Guam home. KUAM presents a monthly look at the capital city featuring in-depth and engaging interviews on everything from medical tourism to new business and government leaders. Veteran newscaster Nestor Lecanto delivers Beyond Our Borders. This special program is brought to you by the Bank of Guam and KFC.
Get the job done the right way by getting the right stuff at East West Rental Center. With years of experience helping builders, we definitely got what you need. Call 646-1463 or visit us in Upper Tumon. Open Monday to Saturday from 7 a.m. to 5 p.m. and on Sundays from 8 a.m.
Half a day. Does your child have a hearing loss? We are parents of deaf and hard of hearing children and volunteers with Guam's Positive Parents Together. And we are here for you. We know how you feel and have walked in your shoes. We want to help you navigate your way through our educational and medical systems, and most especially, your emotional journey. Please visit us at www.guamparents.org for more information.
GU Self-Storage, conveniently located near the Harmon McDonald's. We offer affordable rates, online payments, and auto bill pay for your convenience. Plus gate access daily from 6 a.m. to 9 p.m. Call us today at 648-7867 for more information.
Only one company on Guam provides every solar energy solution under one roof. Micronesia Renewable Energy. You want solar only? They got that. You want solar with batteries? They got that too. You want outright purchase or lease purchase? It's up to you. Does your solar system need a tune-up? That's what they do. For solar energy solutions from A to Z, you can count on MRE. Give them a call at 632-2613 for a free consultation. MRE, providing real solar solutions built by real solar experts.
Half a day. Does your child have a hearing loss? We are parents of deaf and hard of hearing children and volunteers with Guam's Positive Parents Together. And we are here for you. We know how you feel and have walked in your shoes. We want to help you navigate your way through our educational and medical systems, and most especially, your emotional journey. Please visit us at www.guamparents.org for more information.
Join KUAM and Punta Dos Montes for the Mes Chamorro Masterclass Series, an informative digital series for demonstrations throughout Mes Chamorro. Catch the Mes Chamorro Masterclass Series weekly on the KUAM News Facebook page, the KUAM YouTube channel, and every Saturday in March following the KUAM News Weekend Edition at 6:30 p.m. on TV8 and 7:30 on TV11. We'll highlight Guam's talented crafters and artisans teaching artisanal skills of our Chamorro heritage. Viva Mes Chamorro! From Punta Dos Montes and KUAM Communications. See KUAM.com for the complete Mes Chamorro Masterclass Series schedule.
We got your 6.
At 6 a.m. with The Link on Breeze 93.9 FM. Bree and I connect you with all the latest news and information you need to know to start your day.
Then check back with Guam's news leader at 6 p.m. for the day's top headlines with KUAM News Primetime.
From 6 a.m. to 6 p.m. and everything else in between with KUAM Digital, we got your 6. Yeah. Yeah. Get your glow sticks. Get your glow sticks. Where's your glow sticks? Get your glow sticks. Tomorrow EDM. I never thought that I would hear tomorrow EDM.
This is pretty legit, though.
So you play EDM, right, sir? Oh, yeah.
Joser knows.
Right on. The Papadillas are here.
Oh, wait, no. Wait, do we have to look at these?
Yeah, Joe's going to do it. Let Joe do it. He's the one who...
Okay, well, actually, the guy who dropped it off was the manager of Papa John's.
Yes.
John. He's the
John.
nicest. Yeah, and I just asked him, I was like, does everybody think that Papa John is you? It's John Perez.
Yeah, he is Papa John, Jay.
Well,
Yeah.
Yeah.
He's Papa John.
If it brings him more, hey, support local, man. If it brings
There
him
you
more foot traffic into the restaurant, more power to you.
So the Papadillas are here. Joser is going to do it up really nice, and then we're going to do the Papadilla cam. Coming up, 9:39. Good morning, Juan Carlos Benitez, the Republican Party of Guam chairman. Good morning, Juan. Unmute.
Good morning and a warm happy day to you all.
Right on. And where do we have the pleasure of speaking with you from? Where are you at this morning?
Yeah, actually, this morning I'm in New York City.
New York City. Well, thanks for joining us.
I don't have no pace Tabasco sauce with me though.
Yeah, guys, that might have went over some of your heads. Just Google it. It's an old commercial.
Yeah,
Right,
I know that commercial.
I know you do.
Because I'm old.
Yeah, exactly. I guess we'll just get right into it, Juan Carlos. I know you're buddies with the congressman. Do we have that picture? Sir, let's pop that up. But I did want to ask about this investigation. And no, I'm not even, I'm not hating. I mean, I think it's good when we get bipartisan partnership, right? Definitely, right? Because sometimes it's a little too partisan. And so we wanted to ask about this latest development with this ethics investigation, just because I know you know your way around the nation's capital. And so this it was a release of a report from the Office of Congressional Ethics. Let me correct myself. It was a partial release of a report from the Office of Congressional Ethics that was eventually forwarded last year to the House Ethics Committee. And it kind of looks like when they got this report, that's when they were like, okay, we need to form this subcommittee. And so this report basically, Bree, you want to go over it? No? Okay.
Sorry, I'm in a conversation with
So it was basically a report, and it said that, yeah, the congressman, there's substantial reason to believe that he had accepted an over-the-limit donation for his campaign and also had converted campaign funds for personal use. But I think what was key in this report that was released was the substantial reason to believe. But, we're just outsiders looking in. You're more of an insider. What does that even mean, Juan Carlos?
Yeah, give me just 1 second. Unfortunately, I'll introduce you to my son, Abe.
Hey,
Abe Benitez.
What's up, Abe? How about that dog?
Yeah. What's your dog's name?
The dog name is Daisy.
Daisy. Oh, okay.
Sorry about that.
That's okay.
We love dogs and kids.
Yeah, he needs to do his assignment, so he's asking for his computer, which somehow had made it to be under my computer. So let's talk about the report, the partial report. I don't see any surprise here. There's nothing that we had not been informed before, or media had not somehow found its way to the media. But it is something that I think he's already trying to address, right? The main document refers to the acceptance of overpayment from campaign limits, and then I think some allegations of maybe the expenditure or the manner that the funds were used for were not campaign-related activities. Am I correct?
You're correct in saying that it was nothing new, because you're right, these revelations had come out, but I think what was the only thing that was new about it was that it was in black and white, that the Office of Congressional Ethics had unanimously voted to forward this because they felt there was substantial reason to believe. But and then I know that I was actually the one who reported this donation, and then also reported the returning of it. So the congressman did return this over the limit donation, right, Juan?
Yeah, that is correct. So I don't know how they would not have found that there was a problem with the size of the donation when there was also an admission by the congressman that they had received the donation and it exceeded the amount, and then repayment. So that's not uncommon. It happens regularly in DC. It's if people are sort of holding their breath that this would be the reason why Democrats would vote to expel him from the Congress, this is nowhere near any of that. I think the main allegations that are concerning in that regards would be about the inappropriate relationships, which the report doesn't, the documents that were released don't speak anything about that. Right. So on what it talks, I think it's common. After every election, presidential campaigns returns millions of dollars that are considered to have not been used for the appropriate, so they have to refund those. And as well as other congressional races, I still remember the congressman for Northern Virginia gave himself a loan from a bank that he had helped. So, he had to return the money on the loan at the end of the day, but they just sort of tell you you're not supposed to do this, and there'll be a fine that's appropriate related to it. But outside of a fine, a financial fine, and I don't see a lot here. At the same time, I do have to say it's today is a successful day for bipartisanship. I don't know if you guys saw the press briefing from the White House today, but during the briefing, the president expressed his support for earned income tax credit permanency and priority to the territories, especially towards Puerto Rico, and as well as for the child's tax credit. So those are two of the big initiatives that the congressman and the Republican Party have been fighting to be included in the package, and that it's coming out. So we're very excited to see that it's now it has the full support of the White House, which gives us that would be around $70 million a year for Guam at a minimum that would be coming back when this bill passes.
I wanted to go back to the campaign donation thing just real quick. So the congressman did return the donation, but it was only after it had been widely reported, and I want to say like a few months afterwards. But so where does it become like an FEC issue, right? So the Federal Election Commission looking at these campaign documents and these donations, and I know that he's gotten a lot of letters from the FEC, but so there's that, right? And then there's also just the House ethics stuff. So is there a point where the House Ethics Committee says, okay, this is an FEC issue, or are they just moving forward on like the ethical side of receiving an over-the-limit donation while the FEC runs kind of parallel? I don't know. I'm just asking because it to me it's two separate
so it really could go on three different tracks, right? You could have the FBI doing their own investigation, and they do come regularly to DC to address specific cases during the April month period, and a lot of time you end up seeing them when there's individuals that make campaign contributions with the names of their employees when the employees have never done those donations, so that FBI will investigate and prosecute those through the Justice Department and the U.S. Attorney. The second one will be the Federal Elections Commission that is looking at the actual process. So I'm expecting a fine coming from the Federal Election Commissions regarding that process, the $10,000 donation, but it's gonna what the House is looking at is more on the ethical point of view on the individual. So you might have a fine for doing something wrong, but it might stain your reputation to a level that ethically they don't think that you should be in Congress, right? An example of a similar issue was in Colombia. When an elected official was associated, an elected member of their Congress was associated with the cartels, then the members of the Congress expelled him from the chamber. In Guam, it's a high bar to pass to be expelled from Congress. The last two people. Well, let me see. Outside of these latest cases, when the rule was changed by the Democratic Party to not permit any form of relationships with members of your staff consensually, so that was the big difference. Since that change has happened, I think there's been one person that got expelled, and the other one ended up they had a secret marriage. They were married to each other already. But prior to that, I think it was 1981, where a Republican member of Congress was expelled because he had sexual relationships with a minor, with a page that was, I think, 18 at the time. And at the same time, there was a Democratic congressman that had a sexual relationship with a male page on the same age, and the Democratic Party did not expel him. So you see the old bar, you're looking now at the new bar after the Me Too movement, and reality that those standards can no longer be accepted is at zero tolerance level. So in that regard, that's very strict.
Yeah.
But when it goes at finances, I still think the bar is in order to be expelled, it's extremely high, or we could see the other way. The bar is very low to what you cannot do.
Let's move along. I guess there's really, it's just kind of a waiting game, right? For maybe either the further release of documents or the conclusion of the investigation.
Well, for me, it's you look at what's being submitted so far. I don't think that there's nothing so far that I think that is really high there at the bar level. We'll see as we move in through the other allegations and the documents are released by the committee.
Right. And what about a challenger to the congressional delegate? Didn't work out so well for you guys last election. What are we looking at from the Republican side, delegate to Congress in 2022?
Well, it was a three-way race.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, we have a number of individuals that have already approached the party, that they have expressed interest in running for Congress, and I will let them decide whether they want to announce publicly their run. But we are
male or female,
working and talking to them both.
Both. Oh.
Previously served in an elected position.
I don't know if I can say this day, right? It's the new executive order said that I'm not allowed to even determine or use any form of gender. So it'll be interesting.
All right, let's move into this 660 million reasons why the governor should sign Bill 11. She's already kind of said, like, no, it's not
hell.
happening.
She didn't say no, Bree. She said, oh, hell no. She was like, oh, hell no. Thou shalt not pass, to quote Gandalf.
Yeah. Well, I think the party, the release, I think is clear on its basis and its arguments, which is all the bill tries to do is to be more transparent in the use of federal funds as we move through a type of emergency, health emergencies in our island, and this only benefits the sitting governor. No one is going to perceive that there's a misuse of funds from the Republican Party because we're in the minority, and So why not support a measure that will guarantee transparency of the use of those funds? Or there's no question about how the funds are being allocated, or if any political game is being played with them. So I see a lot of good. I think it would do a great amount of benefit to the governor, and I think she should sign it.
Yes. Speaking of the governor, she's scheduled to deliver state of the island address on Monday. Will you be watching? And if so, what are you hoping, or what do you think the state of the island is? What do you think she's going to say?
Yeah, I think the state of the island will be an interesting message to listen. Unfortunately, I might be on the air at that time, and but here's my thing. Our economy is extremely fragile right now. We're surviving almost exclusively on federal funding coming to the island, and the taxes that are being generated locally from those federal funds. You know, all the employees that are being paid, all the unemployed individuals that are being paid by federal funds. We're using their revenues to float the government. The question is, that will come to an end. Everybody in DC is looking at this and saying this is the last package that's going to be approved for additional funding after the COVID. After this is done, you need to survive on your own. So what are we going to do, and how are we going to spend those funds to make sure that we have an economy to come forward to look forward to? I think one of the initiatives that we've been talking about has been there's a new grant that's coming out for restaurants and bars that the federal government is putting out in this new bill. We want to make sure that all our local businesses take advantage of that grant in order to try to survive for a little bit. But in the meantime, if they require you to rehire the staff and the staff had nothing to do, then it would be great if we use some of the $661 million that are coming in to maybe feed those first responders and then buy the food from the different restaurants from Guam, right? And trying to provide them a reason to stay alive and to continue to survive. But if we go into that direction, we should do it in a transparent and open manner. Right now, you have all these people staying in the hotels for the quarantine, and there is, one vendor who's providing all the foods and the services. Well, why not try to spread that to the different restaurants in this island that are capable of providing those services and are willing to do it, so that when we reopen, we have something to show. I was so sad when Kichilingo closed. That was my favorite Chamorro restaurant in Guam after Lemay. And I don't want to see Mezcla closing. I don't want to see Cafeteria closing, and because the tourists that come, the first thing they ask me is, Juan Carlos, how's the food in Guam? What do they like to eat there? And I just don't want to tell them we eat, Korean and Japanese and Filipino. I love showing them and taking them to local restaurants. And Peter Dueño's done an amazing job with the Culinary Institute here and getting all those young students to be excited about finding a career and be able to find jobs outside of Guam. Well, we need to make sure we keep those alive, and that's where I'm going. It would be wonderful if we could have this bipartisan discussions and meetings, not just with the congressman, but also with the governor and her staff. And we're open to that. The same with the legislature, because again, we got 661 million coming in, and then we have nothing.
Yeah, and Bill 11, there was some bipartisanship with that. I think Speaker Terlahi is one of the sponsors of that legislation. So are you saying then, just in a nutshell, what you're hoping to hear from the governor and what the Republicans are hoping to hear from the governor during her State of the Island address is, what is the plan for our economy going forward?
Yeah, I think a concrete plan on how we're going to move forward and how are we going to use the funds. Not we're going to diversify our economy. That's a great line, but we need substance to that. And if we're going to diversify it into manufacturing, what are we doing to get us to manufacture, and what are the biggest impediments for Guam presently towards that goal. So how do we address those? If we're going to redouble and what are we going to do to keep the industry that we presently have, which is the tourism industry? How are we going to make sure that we have an island in a situation that when those markets reopen, those tourists, the agents feel comfortable in recommending come to Guam? And that's what I would like to see. I went the other day through an airport, and when you're getting out of the airport, you have to go through three automatic doors, set of automatic doors. And while you're going through three, they're reading your temperature. So it's not like you have to stop or anything. It's just automatically going. If you don't pass, they shut down, and you're basically already quarantined, and then they can address your issues. Or are we still going to be doing the one guy with the gun looking at you when you get out of the plane? That sometimes meets the kid or meets somebody else. You know, we need something that gives a comfort level to that tourist that's coming here, and gives a comfort level to our community to be willing to receive those tourists. The last thing you want is that you have a tourist here and no one wants to talk to him or go near him.
Yeah, I think, you're right. You know, I think that was made really clear by the GVB when Jerry Perez was on with former Governor Carl Gutierrez, that there needs to be, you know, aside from the economic plan, but just a plan, right, that they're working on with public health regarding tourism and tourists that are coming here, because how can you promote the island as a safe destination if you don't have a plan in place?
Yeah. And I think at the same time, it's an opportunity for this governor.
Yeah.
The federal government has limited a lot of the economic development in Guam through bad regulation and legislation through many, many years. And they've never gone to focus on it. And they're like, well, you're doing okay, you're doing well, it's not our priority. Now we're in a situation where we said, if you want to go to manufacturing, you know, you can say to a new administration, we need to look at Head Note 3A and that makes Guam goods. 70% of the value of a good that's developed in Guam needs to be actually made in Guam, while in the rest of the entire United States, it's only 30%. So most manufacturer will bypass Guam to manufacture in Hawaii or in other locations just because it's not competitively equal. Then we look at the free trade agreements between Japan, Korea, the Philippines, Australia, New Zealand. Guam is in none of this agreement. We were excluded of every single agreement that was done by the Obama administration in our region. Well, either we should be included or we should be granted the authority to enter into our own negotiations with those countries and then let the U.S. ratify. But if we keep sitting down and waiting for the federal government to come and find time to do our agreements, you know, we're going to wait another 10, 20 years.
Juan, I wanted to ask in closing, right? So we had former Congresswoman Madeline Bordallo on earlier. And then
big fan.
Senator Moylan, are you saying that sarcastically? Are you saying that?
No, I don't think he was.
Okay.
No.
So anyway, Senator Moylan is saying it's not essential. Her work at the office is inconsequential. So we had her on, but I just wanted to get your take on it. The Washington Liaison Office, is it essential, not essential? Is it something that we need to eliminate altogether? Is there a duplication of effort with the Liaison Office and the Congressional Office? Just your thoughts as the Republican Party chair.
Yeah. Okay. So there is it depends from state to state. Most states have an office in Washington, D.C. Puerto Rico actually has an office with around 50 people, which I used to lead the government relation part of. You don't need a big office or big representation when you have a governor that aggressively is coming to D.C. and pursuing an agenda in Washington to make those changes and achieve. I haven't seen that under this administration. So absolutely, you would need to have an office in D.C. because when there's a meeting at the White House or in an agency where they're doing regulations, or where there's a meeting in the Senate and they want to know what the position of the administration is, They can't get that from the congressman. Congressman can give you his position and his stand and where he feels the people of Guam are advocating for, but the elected governor should be able to express their own position. It should be done timely. A lot of the times, I would get a call and it's 2 hours, show up at the White House. We have a meeting to discuss what's going to happen with, in that case, with Puerto Rico. You can't do that from Guam. So there needs to be somebody. Jay Rojas did a wonderful job when he was there during the Calvo administration. Margaret Metcalf did a wonderful job, even so some Democrats would disagree with me. And I think Madeline Bordallo has a lot of respect that she's built through many years in Washington, D.C., but she needs direction. All of them need direction. They're not the governor. They need to follow the directives presented by the governor, and the governor needs to present an agenda and a strategy, and then that office will implement that strategy.
So they are essential.
They would be essential, yes.
So we have a little bit of a disagreement, a departure of opinion between you and Senator Moylan.
Which is absolutely fine, because that, you know, we're not a one-issue party. We can agree to disagree on a number of issues, but as long as in the majority we're together and in the hardcore basis, security, was one of our main pillars, right? Big issue in Guam right now. Where should some of this $661 million, if it was, you're asking me, it should be in police officers and bringing back the security to our villages, right? Education of our children is the future, and we need to have a grade A education system in our island. Then you enter a business and economy. You need to make sure that you're a business-friendly environment so that you can attract business to the island and not depend only on the taxes of the middle class. So, you know, you start looking at those pillars, that with most of them in the majority. And particularly with Senator Moylan. So I have no concerns that we might have one issue that we disagree.
Thank you, Juan Carlos. Good talk.
Sorry, my earpiece just died.
Well, we're done here, so.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Are you there?
Yeah.
Yes, we're good. We're good.
Thank you. Safe travels.
Oh, no, it's my pleasure. Looking forward to seeing you all in person in the not so distant future.
Hopefully, right on. Juan Carlos Benitez, Republican Party Chair. It's 10:05, guys. I want to thank our friends at Papa John's. Can we get the Joe Sir Papadilla cam? This is new.
It was painful to sit through this. I was like,
Place smells like Papadillas.
focus here.
Yeah. So thank you to Margie and John over at Papa John's for feeding the link.
Okay, there are more than one different type of.
There's different ones.
Look at that.
Yeah, let me get.
Joe, sir, are those jalapenos or are those bell peppers?
Are those jalapenos, or are you just happy to see me?
What?
Sorry.
Okay, we've also got barbecue sauce, and I believe that is spicy ranch.
So they have Philly cheesesteak, Italian sausage and pepperoni, barbecue chicken, Philly mushroom. And these are the papadillas. I would describe it as like a pizza quesadilla.
Yeah, I'll just check it out.
Yeah, check it out.
Yeah, you're taking one for the team. Yeah, brave soul.
Oh, you hear that crisp? Did you hear that crisp? Which one is that?
Yeah, Bree, your job does not suck.
This one?
Was that Philly cheesesteak?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, that's the one I had with my boy Channing. You know what my boy Channing said about these papadillas? This is what he said. That means it's really good.
And I like a good cheesesteak.
It's not crunchy, right? You said it was crunchy.
No, I said there was a little crisp on the crust.
Oh.
Because I heard it. My ears don't lie. Hear that? See?
Well,
you heard that, right?
Okay, now can I ask, how are the onions and the peppers? Because that's what really makes a Philly style cheesesteak.
It's all good.
Bree's not a describer of food.
Yeah.
She's like, it's either
I'm
good
an
or
eater,
yeah.
obviously.
She's like, it's good. Okay, get off my back.
Leave me alone.
Right
I'm
on.
eating.
So thank you, Margie and John over at Papa John's. Guys, you get these papadillas. They're at all the Papa John's locations. It's a great lunch item. Maybe you don't want to go in and get a full pie. Just grab you a papadilla. Grab a couple. Bring some back to the office. So thank you again to Papa John's. This has been The Link. It's 10:07. We're proudly brought to you by East West Rental, IT&E, Carrier, and Calvo Enterprises. We are going to do the sneak peek of One Micronesia podcast as our parting shot. Okay? This is brought to you by Taco Bell. Dong! Victorious Falan. In this installment of the One Micronesia podcast, he catches up with the Apis brothers, Calvin and Acer, two proud Pompeians who share their culture through their art by using photography and design to reach people from all walks of life. My name is Chris.
I'm Sabrina.
Esta. Adios.
The One Micronesia update is presented by Taco Bell. Live Mas. Hafide and Mogathin, and we're back with another episode of the One Micronesia podcast. Now, in this episode, I get to sit down with two brothers who are young entrepreneurs in Pohnpei, who one have a video production company and the other a clothing brand. Check it out.
Listen, breathe. Join me on this ocean voyage, navigator. Listen to the rumbling of the great blue, waves glistening under cerulean skies, those beautifully brown eyes sparkling under a yellow dwarf star. Feel the sun's warmth kiss your skin. Feel ocean's cool mist hug you. Paddle, paddle, limbs breaking the ocean's glass surface. Let yourself be fully embraced, submerged.
Right now.
Hey, kasele everybody. My name is Calvin Apis. I'm from the humble island of Pohnpei. I currently live in Hawaii, and I'm working as a ocean safety lifeguard for Honolulu. At the same time, I'm running Sosa Productions and Breadfruit.
Kasalilia Mai, my name is Acer Apis. I'm the younger brother of Calvin. I'm currently living here on the beautiful island of Pohnpei, running both Soset Productions and Breadfruit Co. here in Pohnpei. Thank you for having us, Victor.
Hey guys, like I said, man, like 2008, that was such a long time ago with Facebook and everything. Connection was there, but we never really sat down and to talk. But today, like I said, we're here to conduct business, and business is to get to know you guys and to get to know your brand, to get to know your video company. So let's get to it. Let's start with, how did it all start for you guys? And I'm gonna start with the video company, and I'll get Calvin on here. How did it all start?
So for Sosa Productions, it started out with just me and a good friend, actually my best friend. I actually call him my little brother, Kobe Ogata. We wanted to just create highlight videos for each other, just videos of each other surfing, diving, hiking, and adventuring. But one day I was at home. I came back from work, sat on the couch, put on YouTube, and I was just skimming through. And I was just watching a few clips of videos of back home. And then it just hit me, man. Like, why are all these videos not being made by us? Because I just thought, like, no one can tell our stories like we can. I realized then that we needed to be the ones to tell our own stories. So honestly, that is really how Sosa Productions all started.
And then, we the beautiful videos. Let's talk about the brand, man, because we talk about video being there, video, being presented. Micronesia pretty much being presented in high quality. Now, also in high quality is a brand, T-shirts and stuff like clothing, So I'm going to get Acer to jump on here and talk about the clothing brand, Breadfruit Company. How did it all start?
So, yeah, bro, like always, it always starts off with an idea. I've always had the passion for creating and designing during my times at Xavier High School. So when I moved to Beijing for college, I figured this is the perfect place and the perfect time to start. But in order to start, I needed some capital. So at this time, I was like always gaming. I was gaming every day. So in order to make my dreams become a reality, I needed to make some sacrifices. So I made a difficult choice to sell my PS4. And I was lucky enough that someone bought it for $400. And with that money, I just had enough to make 50 shirts. Sold it all in Beijing to the FSM community in just a week. And that's all. And that's how it all started.
What are some inspirations for you guys?
It really comes from being raised back home, you know, and because I've been lucky enough to leave the island, I never really knew what I had until I left. You know, we got to move to Beijing, and after 5 years of living in Beijing, I finally went back home and I just saw how beautiful Pompeii was, and I was like, did Pompeii really look like this? You know, I had to leave the island for me to realize how beautiful it was. So I guess what I'm trying to say is a lot of the inspiration really comes from the different experiences I had, you know, like coming from such a small island, going to see such a big country like China, and seeing how much there was for our islands to show. So I hope I answered that question.
Oh, yes, you did, bro. Like you hit it on point, man. You talk about, you know, something that we from the islands at some point we tend to forget, you know, that we live on a beautiful island, that we save so much money just to travel to another island for a vacation, you know, stuff like that. So what you said was just perfect, man. And you said you had to leave to come back to realize how beautiful it was. And that's why you believed in telling the story of our islands. That's amazing. And Acer, man, let's talk about you, man. Let's talk about some of those inspiration, because designing, you know, when it comes to graphic designing, it's a lot, bro. It's a headache sometimes. You know, I have friends who graphic design here, and bro, at times they just lose inspiration and, you know, put projects away because they're just tired of it or can't move forward. So what are some inspirations for you?
Oh yeah, dude, it's just headache, bro. But yeah, man, I really don't know. I think I get all my inspirations from my surroundings. You know, the beautiful landscapes and the ocean, the different activities I go to, such as like the traditional events and parties. But honestly, I really just think it's just our culture and history. Like, I have a few designs like my Soques Rebellion jersey. This was during the German time when the people of Soques rebelled against the German. And then I also have my Japanese era tee. This design was inspired by an historical event that you know, when the Japanese colonized us and made a huge impact on us. I don't know. I think we just have a unique history and culture, and that's really what inspires my designs.
Sorry to cut it short, but remember, you can catch the full podcast tonight on KUAM TV 8 at 6:30 p.m. and then tomorrow, Saturday, on the KUAM News Facebook Live. And until then, you guys continue to have a safe and wonderful one. My name is Victorious, and I just want to say peace.